Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing Hacker Frogs After School today. We're doing Hacker Frogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. All right, so everybody, today is Web App Wednesday. It's October 22nd. And we're going to be doing these 4 topics on stream. Welcome into everybody from Fixit42's raid. Thank you very much, Fixit42. And Fixit42 is another cybersecurity streamer. So let's go ahead and shout them out. Shout out Fixit42. Here you go. If you don't know about her channel, she does all sorts of great hacking topics over there. She's been doing hardware hacking lately, which is something I really want to get into eventually. So please check out her channel if you haven't followed her channel already. All right, so what are we going to be doing today? So the first topic of the day, we're going to be doing Hack the Web. Hack the Web is our favorite German language hacking CTF website, and we're going to be doing some challenges from there. That's the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School, and we're going to be doing some serious SQL injection stuff, and we're going to be making use of TryHackMe to get that done. All right, so that's the second topic. The third topic, we're going to be doing some demonstrations for web app hacking over at PicoCTF.org, which is our favorite. Well, okay, they can't all be our favorite, but PicoCTF is actually my favorite cybersecurity education platform. So it's a great website. We can learn a lot of stuff there, and we're going to be demonstrating some of the challenges over there and how to hack them. And that's the third hour of today's stream. In the fourth and fifth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing a challenge. We're going to be doing more and new web app challenges that we haven't looked at before over at PicoCTF. So please look forward to that. And without further ado, we should get into our first topic. So the first topic is going to take about an hour or so. We're just going to put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we will get started over here. If you've never heard of the service or the platform that we're using right now, it's called Hack the Web. It can be located over here. Going to sleep, I actually should today. Good night. No problem, Fixit42, thank you. Thank you very much. And so when you arrive at this website, let me demonstrate what it looks like. So I'm going to log out, and you're going to notice that when you arrive on the page, it's going to be in German initially, but there's also an English version of the page. So you can see here that there's a login. You can change the language from German to English. Over at the upper right-hand corner of the screen, you can change it from DE to Deutsch or German to EN English. After that, if you want to join along with us and you don't have an account yet, you can always use the demo account. And the demo account has all of the challenges unlocked already. So these are the credentials over here. So it's demo. We're able to follow you step by step. Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to be solving some challenges over here. And these aren't demonstrations. These are challenges that we haven't looked at before, but we're going to be talking about it in detail. I'll try to be as beginner friendly as I can while I'm explaining all the stuff that's going on in these challenges. And if you want to work through some of these challenges and you're stuck, you can always take a look at the walkthroughs we've done for these challenges over here. Okay, and for each one of these challenges, we're going to do a little walkthrough because in cybersecurity, they say if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So that's why we need to do some careful documentation whenever we do our exercises, our training exercises. So the name of this challenge seems a bit interesting. So what we're going to do is we're going to try doing this challenge over here. Did you call your child drop from users? I didn't, but some people did. Anyways, what are we doing? So this is the ambiguous challenge, and before we start the ambiguous challenge here over at Hack the Web, we're gonna go ahead and start our walkthrough file. So in which one of these walkthrough documents, we're going to record a few different things. So I'm currently working inside of GitHub, and GitHub supports Markdown. So Markdown is a very easy way to format your text files in a pleasing way. So it looks a little bit more appealing than just a plain old text document. And what is this document? What is this challenge called? It's called Challenge 321 Ambiguous. Okay, and Neems, hello, nice to see you here. What is good? What is good with you, Neems? All right, so we need to record a URL for the challenge. The category the challenge would fall under if it was a regular CTF challenge, the concept we need to understand to finish the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so we're going to record these things. So we already have our URL here, and let's go ahead and go over to the challenge and see what's going on. Okay, so the challenge here says, the goal of this challenge is to type the wrong answer 100 times. The goal of this challenge is to type the wrong answer 100 times. So what is keeping, I'm not entirely sure what's keeping track of what would be keeping track of our wrong answers. And all right, well, let's take a look at the web application source code. So we can take a look at the page source. Presses F12. Presses F12. That's does F12 bring up the source code? I'm not entirely sure. So page header. Let's see. The goal of the challenge is to type the wrong answer 100 times. So 100 times. We should probably test the application to see what is coming back. So test is wrong, test is wrong, test is wrong. I suppose what we could do is we could write a little Python script to send the wrong answer 100 times. So how would we do that? So we'd probably start with do we want to get into some Python scripting so early on in the stream? Maybe. All right, so I've done a bunch of different challenges where we need to use, It's Two Bob says it's the dev suite, so sure, and pile of other tools. I'm sorry, were you joking? Oh, the dev suite. The dev suite is F12? So F12 is the dev sweep. I don't know what the keyboard shortcuts are offhand. I knew that Control U will bring up the page source. Jar Sauce Binks, hello, nice to see you here. I saw that you followed earlier. I thought your name was kind of funny. Thank you. Thank you for following. Okay, so test is wrong, and what we want to do is we want to send a post request 100 times in order to send 100 of these to the server. So we could do this in Python, and let's see. I don't have anything set up here. Okay. So what are we going to do? Let me grab a script from another challenge, because I've been doing some of these web app challenges from another service that's called All is Cyber, and it's all about teaching beginner cybersecurity skills. So let's see, walkthroughs. We did what was it? All is Cyber, and we're doing web app hacking. It's Bob says you don't know what the wrong answer is, and you could do it via the console. Via the console? Okay, the wrong answer? Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, we get test is wrong if we submit the wrong answer here. The wrong answer 100 times. Wrong answer? You could do it via the console and no Python required. I mean, if we go over to the console, like you suggest, how are we submitting the wrong answer? Are we submitting it through JavaScript or some other method? Because my go-to would be to just send a bunch of requests, like 100 wrong requests, and then see if it gives you. Okay, you can. Bob says you can just enter code that makes it suitable. Submit to the box. Oh. Submit to the box? Okay, well. So what does the post method looks like? What does the post method look like for this particular box? So it's method posts, ID equals challenge form, and then something something. I'm not a person who works a lot with JavaScript, so I wouldn't know offhand how to submit that to the console. The text box, I'm not too sure what level you are at. I feel like I am backseating. I mean, if you can do the challenge and you have a solution, then please help us out. I'm very open. I'm open to people submitting all sorts of different methods to solve the challenge. Yeah, you can just log into the website and you just need to use username demo, password htw123. But yeah, I don't know very much about JavaScript. I mean, I guess I could ask one of my favorite chatbots or something. Yeah, go ahead and please check it out. This is one of my weaknesses. I wish I knew more about JavaScript, since everything on the web involves JavaScript. So let's see, JavaScript. But yeah, let me go about it with the way I would try it out. So okay, so I think post request. So there's a post request over here. Concept, sending JSON data in a post request. I mean, we're not going to be posting JSON data in this case. And let's see. So we've also got our Python. So I'm going to write up a little Python script, and we can see if we can get this done. All right, so let's make a little script for this. I'll call it ambiguous. Okay, so let's see. So we import the request module, and then we've got a URL, and then we're going to be submitting something to the web page. So what are we doing here? We need to figure out what this post request looks like. I mean, I guess the easiest way I could figure out what the post request looks like is I could record it inside of Burp Suite. Normally, you wouldn't have to use, heavy tooling like Burp Suite to get this kind of challenge done, but maybe. But let's give it a try. Anyways, I think I'll put on a little bit of music while we're solving these challenges. Okay, so the music should be kind of audible, but not really audible. But anyways, proxy, we'll start up the Burp Suite browser, and we'll paste in the challenge web page. Okay, it'll ask us to log in because there are no cookies. We'll change this from German to English and name. Let's just do the demo. Demo HTW123. Okay, so the goal of the challenge is to type the wrong answer 100 times. So test. Okay, and then after that, this will have been recorded in Burp Suite. We go over to the Burp Suite history, and we can see the request that we sent over to the web page. So that was sent over to challenge/321 and then hack.arg.de. So I mean, we can. This is the same thing as the thing over here. So we're just gonna sub this in the Python script. Okay, and then this is going to be get requests. Well, I mean, we're not doing a get request. In this case, we're doing a post request. So when we send a post request, I wonder what kind of... So Python requests module post request. Okay, so Python requests post method. All right, let's take a look at the W3 schools. So import requests, post method sends a post request to the specified URL. Post method is used when you want to send some sort of data to the server. Okay. So request.post, parameter values. Okay, and then you want the URL, the data, and then some other stuff. Okay, let's copy that. Post request equals request.post URL, which is over here. The data is, well, I guess we need to define this. So post data equals test. It can be, I mean, it can be anything, I'm assuming. Data equals post data. Timeout equals something something. I don't think we need to set a timeout in this case. What else do we have? So request text equals post request dot text. Okay, and then print that text out. All right, so let's just see if we can get this going. And you know what? We're gonna do two windows. So we're going to code in one window, and we're going to launch new instance, and we're going to run the Python script in another window. Okay, so we got this over here. Gak and Sternblade, hello! Nice to see you here. We're just doing a little challenge. over at the Hack the Web website. Okay, so let's so this is all we've got for our challenge. We're trying to see if we can send a post request to the website. So Python, what is it? Ambiguous.py. Oh, that's going to be in the temp directory. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to set our, this is the German version of the web page. Okay, so with the post request, we need to do a session, I guess. Okay. So Python requests module session. Okay, so the request.session object is the Python request module provides a way to persist certain parameters across multiple requests to the same host. Okay, so we've got s equals request.session and then session headers and then make requests using the session. Okay, so I guess that's what we're doing, I guess. Create the session object, request session. Guess we need to change the nature of our script. Okay, so we'll just leave this down here just in case we need it later. Okay, so s equals request.session. We want to provide cookies. So cookies equals, it's a dictionary, right? Because there's for each cookie there has to be some sort of value. What was it? Key value pair. So for here cookies, we're going to use our cookies for this session here. And let's see. We can see this inside of the storage. So we can see the HDW language equals en. So this and the connect.sid. So we're just going to copy these and we're going to provide it to our script. Connect SID equals, well, I mean, we need to put all these in between, because these are strings, they need to go in between some quotes. And I guess these need to be, separated by colons. Okay, copy that. So that's our first cookie. So the second cookie is going to be the language preference. Language preference is HTW language preference. We're going to set that to English. I guess we could also initialize the dictionary like this. Because this is acceptable inside of Python to do it like this. Okay, so we set their cookies. I guess we can also set our post data. Post data equals tests. And what else do we need to do when we use sessions? Okay, so set session level headers optional. I mean, I don't think we need this. The session automatically handles cookies and persistent connections when making requests to the same domain. So s.get and s.post. S.post, we need to indicate data in this case. So let's do one of these. Okay, so we got response equals s.post, and we're going to send this to the URL, which we defined up there. And the data is going to be post data. Post data. And we also need to set our cookies. cookies equals cookies. Actually, I guess we should probably, just in case there's some sort of naming conflict, we'll just call these HTW cookies. Okay, and then we'll print the response. And I'm sure there's some sort of syntax error in my code here. Response 200. Okay, well, response 200 is not what we wanted. We wanted to get the actual text. So it's s dot. It's going to be something else. Okay, so s dot post, and then we want to print it out. Response equals s dot get. Well, in our case, response is s dot post. Okay, so let's see. Python module session print response. Okay, to print the response, you need to make the request, okay, and then you need to do what? Session.get. Well, I mean, we don't want session.get. We want to response.json, but I don't think I got, okay. So we want to do response.text. Okay, so let's adjust our script and then do it again. All right, so this should say that the goal of the challenge is to type the wrong answer 100 times. And was this a post request? Because I don't see... I don't see the response. Oh, you know what? Okay. I don't see the response because the post wasn't the correct value. So silly me. Okay, so we've got answer equals test. So inside of the data, we need to send answer equals test, or answer equals something. Okay, so data equals post data, answer equals test, and that should be the correct way to do it. Okay, and we should get. Well, I mean, we got the goal of the answer. Did that actually go off? Because I don't see what we're expecting is we should be expecting a response that looks like this. We should see here that test is wrong. I mean, wrong. I guess we could run the thing and then grep out the word wrong. Wrong answer 100 times. Okay, that's not. I guess we didn't send a proper post request. There's probably something wrong with the I finished for what it's worth. Okay. Did you solve it using JavaScript console commands? Okay, so if we send this thing, the response should include the whatever is wrong. Test is wrong. Thank you very much for following Data Dominatrix. Thank you very much. Okay, so so there's probably something wrong with the script I'm writing here. Let me see. Let's see. Response.text, post the URL, data equals post data, cookies equals HTW cookies. The cookies are going through, okay. And something about the request makes it so that it's not. Let's see. I went into the original German language, wrote a tamper monkey script, and used the words 100 times the false answer. 100 times the false answer. Wow. Wow. The wrong answer 100 times. So they've got us trying to, to write up a script, but in fact it was just a bamboozle. And it's supposed to be the wrong answer 100 times. Is that what you're trying to say? The wrong answer. Okay. That makes me look really dumb. It's not backseating. No worries. It's I'm kind of glad that you told me about this, because otherwise I would have been, working on this for 40 minutes or 30 minutes more. And wow, that is ambiguous. I was wondering why the name of the challenge was ambiguous. I thought that there was some sort of counter in here, counting the number of. Let's do a good one. I guess. Hold on. Let me finish my write-up here first. Category. I guess this would count as web app hacking. Kinda. Concept is, what is the concept here? Ambiguously worded questions. The page reloads every time, which is a clue. You can't enter it more than once. I was thinking that there might have been some sort of mechanism on the server side, but I guess it really doesn't make sense. It's teaching you that you can only do it once. Method of solve. Well, in this challenge, the challenge description wants you to input, what was it, the wrong answer 100 times. This is the literal answer. Put the wrong answer 100 times into the submission field, and that's the answer. It's yeah. Anyways, let's do another challenge. That's why I wrote the tamper monkey script to test that, and it didn't help. Yeah, That was a pretty troll challenge. Okay, so let's go to, we got ambiguous and ambiguous 2. I don't know if I don't have the mental will to do ambiguous 2. So let's do something else. So there's octopus, mental arithmetic, freefall, brain F, UTF-5, Discord. How about we try octopus? Okay, so this is the challenge over here. Oh, you know what? This I think I know the answer to this. But let's do our write-up really quick. This time you're on your own. Be well. Thank you. It's 2 Bob. And thank you very much for the assistance. Okay, this should be pretty easy. It's called Octopus. It's talking about people using 10 fingers versus 8 fingers or whatever. What is it called? 340 octopus. Octopus.md. Okay, so the URL of the challenge is this, and the category, I guess this is in the general category. The concept we have to understand to solve this challenge is base 8 counting versus base 10 counting. Bit, hello, nice to see you here. How are you, Hacker Frogs? Well, I mean, the Hacker Frogs are doing well. We're all here and we're doing some challenges. But Bit, here you go. Have a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Okay, so the method of solve. Let's take a look at the challenge. So the challenge is here. A human counts with 10 figures, an octopus with 8 tentacles. The answer is octopus 2471. 2471. So if it's octopus 2471, and they're talking about different different counting systems, and man, I busted out my burp suite and everything. Okay, let's so we're talking about counting systems. So in decimal, you've got it's base 10. And in octal, which is what we're talking about here, it's base 8. So in decimal, the system goes 1, 2, 3. Well, actually, it starts from 0. Everything starts from 0. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 0. But in octal, you go from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's it. So if you've got a number in decimal, say 16, that means the full set plus 6. So the full set is 10, but if it's octal and you want to do 16 decimal, in octal that would be 2 sets. So that's 2 sets, that's 20. So 20 in octal is 16 in decimal. Octal equals 16 decimal. Or at least I hope that's it. If I'm completely wrong on this, then let me know. So we're doing a conversion. So I mean, there are lots of conversion web apps out there. So we could do, was it octal to decimal? It's just a matter of multiplying the right digits. So hold on. We could probably try to figure this out on our own. My math is not very good, but we can try. We can give this a try. Okay, so say we're dealing with, what was it? Octopus 2471. So if we convert this to decimal, 2 in this case is, what is it? 2 in this case is 1600. That's 1600. And then we need to add 4, which is 8 times 4. 8 times 4 is 32, so 320. And what is the next one? The next one is 7. So 7 times 8 is 6456. So this is 56, and the final digit is 1. So 1 remains the same. So in this case, it's 1977. 1977. Are we sure? So that's 7, that's 9. Okay, we'll try submitting this as the answer, and we'll see if it works. 1977 is wrong. So the answer is octopus. Where am I wrong? Okay, so we're talking about base 8. So 2 or 2000 in base 8 should be 1600. And 4 should be 8 times 4, which is 32. 32 and then 2 zeros. 32 and then 2 zeros? Wait. Am I getting my No. It should be 16 and then 3 zeros. Oh, okay. So this should be this should be that. And 2,000 times 8, 16,000. Yeah. I'm getting my I'm leaving off a 0. So this is where my math fails me. Okay, so that's 32. So that's 7 times. So that's 56. So this, and then there's a 1, and this is just a 1 here. So that means 19761. That's the third time today somebody used octal dividing by 8. That doesn't count as help. Listen. You're allowed to help. You're allowed to make comments. That it's all fine. Backseating. Well, I mean, backseating up until the point where you just tell me the answer is okay. But we're all trying to learn and have fun here. So let's see if this is the correct answer. Okay, there you go. This is also wrong. All right, let's just use the application then. Obviously, my math is not great. So octamal to decimal. This is leet. Where am I fundamentally getting this wrong? So decimal number, 4 digits. I mean, the answer is kind of obvious because they love using leet. It's not right. It's not right. Okay. Thank you for following JBad. So where am I getting? So 1 is 1, obviously. 7 times 8. Is it not 7 times 8 when we do the conversion? Oh, you said you did it backwards though. You said octal to decimal. Oh, I'm getting confused. You did the opposite. Ah, right. Okay. We want to convert this to octal. I thought this was already an octal and we need to convert it to decimal, but it's actually the opposite. Okay, so let's submit the answer. 1337. Leet is correct. Leet is always the answer, huh? Okay, let's go back. Let's see. Dividing by 8 was in fact helping. Okay, so this is multiplying. It should be dividing by 8. So you take the number and then you divide it by 8. Hold on. It's a bit loud. Let me turn it down a bit. Okay. So, I mean, we can do this inside of Python or something. Python C, print this number. Whoa, what is the number? 2471 divided by 8. No? Wait, what am I getting wrong here? Remainder 7. Oh, it's divided by 8 is 308, remainder 7. So, I mean, this isn't especially what we're doing either. Calculation steps. So, okay. They show us here what the math is mathing, right? So 2471 octal. It's 2 to the 8th power. 2 to the 8th power. 2 times 8 to the 3rd power. Okay, so the 3rd power is, this is the 0, this is the 1, the 2, the 3. Okay, and then the second power, the 0, the 1, the 2, and then here it's 7 by 1, 0, 1, and then we add 1. Or wait, 1 times. So the calculation steps here is, this is 8 cubed, so 8 times 8 is 64, and then 64 times 8. Hold on. Okay, so 64 times 8. Nope, you need to use this symbol. Okay, so 512. Hold on. Okay. So 512, and then we need to add the second digit is 4 times 8. 4 times 8 squared. So 8 squared is 64, so 4 times 64. So it's 64 times 4 is 256. Okay, and then the next one is 7 times 8. So it's just straight up 7 times 8. 7 and 8. And that's 56. And then you just add the 1. So here it's 12, 13, 14. So it's 1 times 8? Hold on. Okay, so if we don't count the final digit, then it's 6, 6, 12, 14. So that's 4, and 5, 5, 5, 1. So that's 11. Oh, sorry, we have to put an extra 1 up here as well, because it's... Okay. So that's 14, that's 5, 5, 10, 11, 12. And then this over here is 5, 2, 7... What is wrong with my math? Okay. 8 because carry. Chris says 8 because carry. Oh yes, right. So this is 7, it's supposed to be 8. So this still doesn't come close to what the okay. So 241 is equal to 2 times 8 cubed plus 4 times 8 squared plus 7 times 8 to the first power, and then times 8 to the 0th power. You got it backwards again. Let's see. Alright, 2Bob says the correct way it's 8 to the 3rd power, 512. So 512 times 2 is... Oh! There was a there's a crucial step that I wasn't doing there. Yeah. Okay. So then that's 1024, and then 8 times the second power is 64 times 4, which is 256, and then 8 to the first power is 8 times 7, which is 56, and then 8 to the 0th power is just 1. Okay. Let's... So the first step is 1024 and then 256, and then 56, and then 1. Never have I felt dumber. Okay, so 12, 16, 17. 17, so we got the carry, the 1. So it's 10, 12, 13, right? 13, 1 plus 2 is 3, and then we get the number 1337, which is the elite number. Yay! Put your maths last time to show it was wrong. Yeah, no worries. But it's 1337, and I've proven once again that my math is no good. But you know what? I'm glad that I've got computers around, because if I didn't have computers, I wouldn't be able to do any math. Okay. So let's finish up our write-up. So method of solve. The challenge wants us to convert an octal number to a decimal number. I did octal 3 times today already. Frackery, hello, nice to see you here. So Tubob, what were you working with that involved octal earlier on today, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, the octal number is, what is it here? 274. Okay, we can use a web app to convert this number, and I don't know, something like this one over here. We could probably do this with like a quick one-liner command as well. We can use the following bash command to get the job done, and let's see. Linux convert octal to decimal. So you can it's probably some sort of like printf thing. So let's see, BC, there's ibase. What else can we use? So convert octal to decimal in bash duplicate, sure. Echo obase, ibase. Let's see. Output base 10, input base 8, and then pipe that into BC. So is BC? No, it's not. It's not installed by default. So I guess we could also do this in. We could also do this in Python. Python convert octal to decimal. Okay, use the int function, so integer. So we can do integer octal string 8, the decimal value of something something, the octal number as a string, and then, I mean, it looks like we could probably do this as a one-liner. So Python console log. Console log parse int. I mean, let's see. Which means we would be doing this with, I don't know, JavaScript. We could use JavaScript over here. Console.log. Parse in. Parse integer. Okay, parse integer. 2471, and then specify the base. Run? Okay. Missing argument lists. Hold on. Did I? Oh, okay. This has to be whenever we give commands, we need to put the semicolon at the in the right place. Okay, so we get leet undefined. Great. All right. But I'd really like to figure out how to do it with some built-in Linux commands. I don't know. Okay, I'll figure out how to do it later. I'll just we'll see if we can solve one more challenge before we finish out for the day. Okay, so we'll try doing one more challenge. All right, so we got social engineer, UTF-7, free fall, mental arithmetic. No more arithmetic, please. How about free fall? Will you hate me if I just post it? You can post it. You can post it if you've got like a built-in, like something that you could use with a built-in Linux, like Bash. Echo. It's all it should take. Okay. So, I mean, this works for hexadecimal as well, I'm pretty sure. Echo, $, and then 8, and then number 2471. Well, I mean, I'm interested in the answer. Thank you very much for the help. I do this. The thing is that I knew this. I've done this with hexadecimal before, but I guess it's not exactly the same thing. Where were we? So 320, 340. .340 octopus. Okay. We can also use this bash command. Okay, and let's see if we can get free fall done in the next 7 minutes. Seems a bit unlikely, but we'll give it a try. Never sure if people want to help or not. I'll shut up for the next one. No worries, no worries. Okay, so when you're bored, you come up with some crazy ideas. I came up with the idea of measuring the height of my window above the street, but not with a tape measure. That would be too boring. Instead, I dropped a stone on my window. After exactly 1.43 seconds, it touched the ground. So how high is my window above the street? In meters, rounded to centimeters, air friction can be neglected. Acceleration due to gravity equals 9.81 meters per second squared. So 1.43. So I mean, this is a mathematical equation. So this is seconds to impact is this. And the other thing is this. Acceleration due to gravity equals this number here. Gravity XL due to gravity equals meters per second squared. So this is yet another yet another mathematical problem. So how do we calculate this? So seconds to impact, and what are they expecting? They're expecting the length in meters. to street equals something something meters. So are they looking for meters? They're looking for something. How high is my window above the street? In meters rounded to centimeters. In meters rounded to centimeters. So it's going to be meters. So rounded to centimeters means it's going to be... Centimeters is... It's going to be rounded to... Is it the second? Is it the first decimal place or the second decimal place? I'm assuming it's the first decimal place, but I guess. Air friction can be neglected. Acceleration due to gravity equals 9.81 meters per second squared. Okay, so length in meters to street equals something something meters. So what we're really trying to look for is seconds to impact something equals length in meters. Is it multiplied? Times Excel due to gravity equals length in meters. So we need to do something with these two figures. So seconds to impact okay, so calculating length based on weekly pickup. Hello, nice to see you here. Side question, cybersecurity or ethical hacking are really umbrella terms, that's true. What's been the subject you are most drawn to, as in forensics, web, social engineering, etc.? I mean, most of the content that we do on this channel is is based around web app hacking. So I guess web app hacking is the thing that we do the most around here, but we also try to dabble in a bunch of different topics, such as programming and Linux OS operations and programming languages like Python. But the thing that we do the most around here is we do web app hacking stuff. Okay, so calculating length based on dropping a stone or dropping an object. Okay, so to calculate the length an object falls, use this formula. D is the distance, G is the acceleration due to gravity, and I guess this is the same thing everywhere, and T is the time the object has been falling. This is something I don't know anything about, and when there's something you don't know anything about, you need to do some research. So identify the variables. Okay, so the known values for the acceleration due to gravity. So G is known. G is known and T is known, but we don't know what the other value. You need to T squared to get started. It's seconds per second per second. The equation if you like, but not the answer. H2 yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about it in the chat, that's fine, because I don't know very much about. Well, I mean, this is physics, right? This is physics, and I don't know physics, so which means that I need to do some research to figure out what the heck is going on. So I mean, they've got a web app here, free fall distance calculator. I wonder if this works, like, just, you know, right out of the box. Okay, free fall distance calculator, gravitational acceleration, initial velocity. So time of fall is some number of seconds. So if it's 1.4, we've got height velocity is this, and then height is 9.6. Okay, so the web, the web application here says that it is 9.61. So 9.61 meters. So they want it rounded to centimeters. Time is 1.43, is it? Hold on. 1.43 seconds. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you, Gawkin. Let's see. The acceleration due to gravity is it's going to be the same in all of these equations. The web application tells us that it is 10.02 meters. 10.02 meters. And I'm assuming that we're just cutting it off over here. I mean, we can submit this and see if it works. 10.02. 10.02 is wrong. Do they want it more specific, or is this answer incorrect? I get 10.03, but sure, 10.02 to 10.03. Hold on. .03 is correct. This always throws me for a loop. So in some languages, they use a comma instead of a dot when they're calculating these numbers. So, oh, they round it up. Right. So if you're rounding up from 6, that does become 10.03. Yeah. Okay, so we'll come back. I guess we can include the web app here, and then we'll come back to this later. We'll try to come up with some code that does the same thing. Oh, we forgot to make a walkthrough for this. Just a second. Okay, hack the web. Let's. It's called freefall, right? Create new file. 307. freefall.md. I'm really out of my element whenever they start talking about math stuff. So I got into computer stuff to get away from math stuff, but I suppose it doesn't. It follows me everywhere. Okay, let me grab. Grab that URL. Use the constant you provided for gravity. So height equals 4.9 times something something, and then you get this number of meters and then round it up. 2 bob. Yeah, that looks about right. Just a second, I need to change. I guess I don't need to change up the music because for the next segment we're not going to be playing any music rather. Okay, so the category, well, this is a general, but I guess it's more like physics. And the concept we need to understand is calculating. What would you call the general concept of calculating distance based on gravity and time? Okay, so method of solving this challenge can use the following web app. And I guess the other thing we should do is we should figure out some sort of programmatic way of getting this done, but we'll do this next time. The seconds per second is a mind bender. You know what? mental illness. It's not mental illness to German is a comma country. Oh, okay. So some countries are dot countries and some countries are comma countries. That's good. That's good to know. Anyways, we'll come back to this. It's time for us to switch our topics because the hour is up. We're going to be doing our second topic. We're going to be doing our third topic after this. So the second topic is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking session number 7. We're going to be doing SQL injection. So SQL injection is a very serious vulnerability inside of web applications. We're going to be using TryHackMe to learn about this. So if you don't have an account over at tryhackme.com, you can make one for free and you can access this. 4 large countries or comma countries. I looked it up just last week because I'm a nerd. What are the 4 large countries that are comma countries? Is it Germany and France and some other places? Or do I have this completely wrong? But yeah, you can make an account over at tryhackme.com. Afterwards, you can go over to this room to learn about SQL injection with us. So before we start, let's talk about it over here. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool SQL injection with TryHackMe. This is web app hacking session number 7. And this is the 7th intro to web app hacking workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following web app hacking concepts. We learned about SQL injection. SQL injection vulnerabilities can lead to sensitive data exposure, admin account takeover, web server takeover, and more. We talked about in-band SQL injection. And Tubob says Brazil, Spain, Germany, France. Ah, okay. So it's the Brazil. That's Brazil, but not Portugal. That's kind of funny. Basically, nearly the whole continental Europe uses comma. Spanish countries in Latin America because of historical reasons. So I guess people in North America using dots for their decimal places, that's an outlier. Did you call your child a drop from users? Insert my previous joke now. It's a joke that comes up all the time when we talk about SQL injection. Okay, but yeah, we learned about in-band SQL injection last time. So it's a type of SQL injection where the results of the injected query can be seen in the output of the web app. It is considered the easiest type of SQL injection to hack. That's because you can see the results of your SQL queries. So error-based SQL injection is a type of in-band SQL injection where the error messages from the database software are returned to the web app interface. So the most obvious sign that web application is vulnerable to SQL injection is that you're able to see these kind of error messages from the system when you insert some unexpected input into the application. And we talked about union-based SQL injection. So union-based SQL injection uses the SQL union operator with the select statement in order to output additional database information from the web app. So if we know how many columns that the previous SQL statement outputs, then we can insert our own union statement to get extra information from the web app. Okay, and we learned very briefly about blind SQL injection. So blind SQL injection is SQL injection where the error messages resulting from improper SQL queries has been disabled, but the requests are going through nonetheless. So that means when you give these kind of blind SQL payloads, you will not be able to see whether or not your payload succeeded or failed based on what the web app is telling you. But you can tell in some other ways. So let's go ahead and go over to TryHackMe. So like I said, this is the room. I'll leave the link in the chat one more time. And what you want to do when you arrive on this page is you want to You want to join the room first. You'll see like a green join room button that you can press. And then you want to start up the web application. So the web application is going to be under task number 5. So just click into task number 5 and then click on the Start Machine button over here. So after you click on the Start Machine button under task number 5, it's going to load up the web application. It should take about, what does it say here? 2 minutes. It should take a little bit over 2 minutes to initialize. But afterwards, the web application that we're going to be using to do our SQL injection stuff, it's going to appear. And you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set my timer. So let's see, we're 13 minutes in. Okay. ESG Bob says, I might get a t-shirt that says, I fathered little Bobby Tables. That's, are you sure that doesn't, what was the comic that created, it's XKCD, right? XKCD? It might be something that you can find on the XKCD website. Or maybe something similar. Yeah. Okay, so in-band SQL injection, error-based SQL injection, union-based, and we've done these previous 2 levels, but we might need to solve the levels again before we can move on to the next part. The Boolean-based blind SQL injection and the time-based blind SQL injection. The mom. That's bad gateway. What the heck? Can we reload this page? Extend machine timer. Hold on. Can we reload this page? Let me try reloading the page. Okay, so it's still initializing. Do you have, oh, burp. Is that getting in the way? I think my burp is closed now. So Burp Suite shouldn't be getting in the way of this thing loading up. Might be a proxy thing. Yeah, I mean, I'll just wait for this to finish loading up and then we'll see what actually appears on the screen. We might be doing a very basic skip of, or a very basic review of the previous types of SQL injection, just so we can get over to the Boolean-based portion in the web app. So let's see what happens. Okay, so this is it. All right, so this is error-based SQL injection, and they're asking for the Martin user's password. So the Martin user's password, this is our in-band union SQL injection. So select start from article where ID equals 1. We need to skip past this. I'm pretty sure that the password was PA $$, like this. If this, go ahead and give this as the password. So that skips over to the next level. The next level, this one is it's little Bobby. Sorry, I can't help myself. No worries. Okay, so this next level has to do with SQL injection or authorization bypass. So for everybody who wasn't here last time, there's a very well-known authorization bypass payload that we can do inside of SQL systems. So the payload looks kind of like this. And it essentially lets you, oh, you know what? My chat software doesn't like that. Hold on. So there could be SQL injection in my chat app. That's kind of funny. But yeah, so this payload right here will let you bypass improperly coded applications, because it essentially lets you log in because you supply a true statement to the application. So log in with this. Okay, we move on to level 3, and now we're doing Boolean-based blind SQL injection. Okay, let's all right, so just remember, if anybody is following along and you're having trouble, remember that the first submission you need to do is this password, and the second thing is this one. OPSEC guy hacks his own Twitch bot. Well, I am doing some hacking over here, so that's the payload you want to do for the second thing. This is the third thing. So Boolean-based SQL injection refers to the response that we receive from our injection attempts. It could be a true, false, yes, no, on, off, or whatever. Okay, Dan's, is that an I or an L? Let us know, Dan. I had a class in university about SQL injection, but didn't pay attention. No worries. A lot of people don't pay attention, and that's why security people have a job now. So taken equals true. So what this does, there's an application here. There are two applications. So the first application is just something that lets you know whether or not a username exists on the system, and it gives you this kind of response: taken equals true. So username equals admin, and this is where we're going to be inserting our SQL payload. It's going to be in here. And what we want to do is we want to do the SQL injection to get the password for the next level. So the username and the password, and then log in, and that's going to finish the exercise. It's an L, you can just call me Dan's. No worry, Dan's. Thank you very much for letting us know. Okay, so what do we got over here? So on the first inspection, you may feel like this limited response can't provide much information, but still with just 2 responses, it's possible to enumerate the whole database structure and contents. So over here, they're talking about the URL. So the URL for this particular application, it lets you know whether or not the admin user is present in the system. So admin taken equals true. Okay, change this to something else. Test, and then taken equals false. So we know how to get a true response and a false response from the database. Sideshow Stevo says, worked at a place, hit with this, and they hit us bad. Let's see. In my class, we just barely touched this. Could you give a brief summary of the difference between SQL and XSS? I'm still confused on that. Yeah, so I mean, XSS is JavaScript injection, and SQL injection is database injection. So it's basically hacking the JavaScript code, or the lack of protections against executing JavaScript code, versus hacking the database and the application's inability to take in special characters as SQL statements. Yeah, so one's client side and one's database. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Right, so we need to know what causes the true statement to come back from the database in this case. So admin is true, and anything, well, stuff that doesn't exist in the database is false. So the browser body contains taken equals true. This API endpoint replicates one common feature found in many signup forms, which checks whether a username has been registered to prompt the user to choose a different username. The taken value is set to true, okay? So if you set admin to something else, say admin123, then it is no longer true, it becomes false. Let's see, Weekly Pickup asks, so SQL can be more dangerous if not protected properly. Generally, cross-site scripting, or XSS, is considered less of a serious vulnerability than SQL injection. So usually, if you're able to do SQL injection, you can dump out the entire contents of the database, and sometimes you're also able to run system commands on the underlying web server using SQL injection. So SQL injection is considered to be more dangerous than XSS. Okay, so the SQL query that is processed looks like the following. So select star from users where username equals username limit 1. So the only input that we have control over is the username in the query string, and we'll have to use this to perform our SQL injection. So keeping the username as admin123, we can start appending this to try to make the database confirm true things. So sure, let's just do admin123, and we get a false response. So if we're able to, it's too Bob says that's stupidly simple oversimplification. XSS targets the browser and can end up being just as bad as a bit further to get the same things. I mean, I come from a perspective of the type of exercises that I do. I usually see that SQL injection results in stealing credentials, and through stealing credentials, you can you can also attack the application in other ways. I mean, I understand that it is a bit of a simplification to say that SQL injection is more serious than cross-site scripting. SQL injection is easier to protect against with your choice of framework and architecture. SQL is super bad, no doubt about that. I mean, I don't want to make light of cross-site scripting because there are cross-site scripting vulnerabilities that can, well, I mean, cross-site scripting vulnerabilities can result in people's user sessions getting hijacked. So cross-site scripting can be very impactful, but most of the time, to get cross-site scripting to be that impactful, you need a certain amount of social engineering as well. So sending some sort of cross-site scripting payload to somebody else so that they can run it on their own browser and then have their cookie stolen or something like that. Anyways, okay, so like in the previous levels, our first task is to establish the number of columns in the users table, which can be achieved by using the union statement. Change the username value to the following. So we do admin123, and then because it's a string, we need to close the string with the single quote, and then we do union select 1, and we're trying to figure out how many of these columns are in the original statement. So union select 1, this is what they suggest to us, taken equals false. And that what they're trying to get us to do is they're trying to get us to iterate on the number of columns that is being returned here. Okay, so you need to go further to get the same thing. It's an extra pain in the butt. So it's changing the variables of a URL a form of XSS. Changing the variables of the URL a form of XSS. I mean, you can. So cross-site scripting and SQL injection can be in different parts of the application. So it can be in the URL in in the URL address. It could be in user fields like these ones over here. It could be in cookies. There are a few different places where it could be, but most of the time, for these beginner kind of exercises, it's usually going to be in the user input field, or it's going to be in the URL field over here. So XSS is basically submitting JavaScript, which is evaluated later on a client browser. So yeah, so most of the time you've got your cross-site scripting is going to be something that runs inside of the client browser. And it's either going to be something that is reflected by the web app itself, or it's going to be something that's stored in the database. So if it's stored in the database, that means that the we should stop talking about cross-site scripting so much because we're supposed to be talking about SQL injection. But okay. Anyways, so we need to find out how many columns are being retrieved by the original statement here. So the original statement, we use our union select payload, and we can try to see if there are 3 columns, and this comes back true. So it comes back true because we've given the application a true statement. So the true statement in this case being the union select has the right number of columns. Okay, and then let's see. Now that our number of columns has been established, we can work on enumerating the database. So the first task is to discover the database name. So like in the previous union select examples, we need to get a number of different pieces of information from the database to do our enumeration. So in this case, they're going to use the built-in database method and then using the like operator to try and define results that will return the true status. So the payload in this case is union select 123 where database like something. So database like something. This is how you do Boolean-based SQL injection to try to find strings. So let's go ahead and just copy the whole payload, and we'll just replace what we have already. So that is taken equals true. So the reason why this comes back true is because everything is correct in this case. So there's 3 columns that are being returned by the statement, the original statement, and database, we're trying to figure out the database name. The database name is like anything in this case. So like, and then the string, we've got the percent wildcard character here. And the percent wildcard character matches to everything. So if we change the wildcard operator to A and then something, you'll see that the response goes back to false. So we can just modify this from %, we'll put the A in front of the %. And what we're trying to do here is we're trying to figure out if the database name starts with the letter A. Sideshow Stevo says, I can see how this would be a tough course if you don't already have a good grounding in SQL. So, I mean, the good thing about this is just an introduction. We're introducing different types of SQL injection, and most of the time, people can wrap their heads around SQL is basically it's retrieving items from a database, and most of the time you're not going to be doing manual Boolean-based SQL injection. It's just too much of a pain in the butt. But you will be doing stuff like manual union-based SQL injection. If you ever encounter a web application where you suspect you can do Boolean-based SQL injection or time-based SQL injection, you want to use a tool to get that SQL injection done, because otherwise it just takes too long to get any of the stuff done. And the reason why that is, we'll illustrate this in just a second. So what we're doing here is we're trying to figure out if the database name starts with the letter A. Okay, so this comes back false, and if that's the case, we can try the letter B, the letter C, the letter D, and we just do this over and over again until we hit a letter that actually matches. So in this case, I think the letter S. So it does, I think in this case, it does start with the letter S. And this comes back true in this case. So we've confirmed that the database name starts with the letter S. So from here, we would go SA. Okay, SA is false. SB, this is also false. And so SQ is the actual correct second letter. So this comes back true. And eventually, you would come to the conclusion that the name of the database is SQLi_3, I think. Yeah, so SQLi_3. And the other thing is that you never know what the end of the name would be. So SQLi_3, if you didn't know that this was the end of the database name, you might keep on going. You might go Does it have an A? Does it have a B? The only way you would know that you're finished is if you've run through all of your letters and numbers and special characters and come to the conclusion that there's nothing else left. So that's how you would figure out the database name. Okay, so let's skip past the part where we know the database name. Pebble says you can get the length of the string with the length. Oh, really? How would you do it? How would you do it with inside of a blind SQL injection? Let me know what the payload would be. It's T Bob says structured text languages are in fact ubiquitous across computing. SQL is just a large sublanguage of that. The more you program, the more you come across these languages, so you kind of get a grounding accidentally eventually. I mean, I've been working. I haven't studied SQL languages like specifically, but everything that I've gotten from my knowledge about SQL languages is from doing SQL injection, and it's kind of like a what is it called? Like an accident or like a side effect. Okay, and length database equals 10. Oh, really? Pebble, that's great. Diva says you can just make the statement equals SQLI equals SQLI underscore 3 to make sure it's the full word. I mean, I'm wondering which one is the better way to go about this. So Pebble says length database 10. So where I think we would inject it in here, right? Equals 10. Or I mean just length database. This is a function. This will come back false. This will come back true. Wait, is that SQLI underscore 10? Is that 10 characters? Hold on, let me double check this. Echo n, pipe it into word count, SQLI 3. Oh, this is 10 characters. Okay. All right. So yeah. So I guess I guess the better way to do it is to figure out what the length of the thing we want is first, and then so we would first iterate over the number of letters. So 9, 10, and then we figure out that that is correct. Yasin Khaled, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome on in. Weekly Pickups asks, is there a registry for these kind of SQL payloads? No way, I'll just remember these. So, I mean, there are a few different places you can get some help as far as SQL payloads are concerned. Payload Payground is actually, I want to test this site out more. It's a place where you can get payloads for all sorts of hacking attacks. So, for example, what do we have? Where is our SQL? SQL injection. So I got SQL injection. We got database type, generic, MySQL, a bunch of other ones, and then goal is to do something. I haven't really played around with this too much, but it looks very promising. So Simon Dante says length is the goat. It makes easier to fuzz when you know how many characters are in the string. And Chris asks, is it possible to put length database into the select statement or the into the select statement, or is the 1, 2, 3 necessary? So are we talking about enumerating the number of columns? Enumerating the number of columns it's not really that big a deal. Okay, but if you're doing it manually, you can just, usually not using numbers, it's easier to just use nulls when you're trying to calculate the number of columns, because if you insert the number 1 or the number 2 or the number 3, the column might not accept integers, and in that case, it's not going to be able to tell you whether or not you've got the right number of columns. What else are we talking about? So I think who is it? Tiberius. Tiberius. How do you spell Tiberius's name? Can somebody tell me how to spell the name? Tiberius web app cybersecurity SQL cheat sheet. Here we go. So this website right here, Tiberius is also a Twitch streamer, and they also do like a YouTube channel.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
you go to
Hack.
you
Have a great day.
Okay, so Sideshow Steva says this attack could be scripted anyways to work through all the iterations of the database. Named pretty quickly anyways. Yeah, when you're doing Boolean-based stuff or you're using time-based stuff, you're not doing it manually unless you really want to spend a lot of time doing this stuff. This is another good resource right here for SQL injection payloads. Anyways, let's go back to what we were doing before. James Tiberius quirk? Maybe. So this is Boolean based. We only get a true or false response. Tiberius is British. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Tiberius is named after like the Roman emperor guy. Okay, so we would move on after we know what the name of the table is. Actually, the database. Let's see. So here, database equals something something. Union select 1, 2, 3 from information schema tables, where table schema equals SQL_3, and table name like something something. I'm actually I don't know if I like this payload or not, but hold on. So this comes back false because the table name is not A, and I'm guessing that we're looking for the U. We're looking for a table that that begins with the letter U, because I think we're looking for the users table. So where table schema equals SQL_3, but can we also just do the database function in this case? Yeah. So we don't actually need to know the name of the database because we can just put the database function in here. It's a Star Trek reference. But I figure we don't necessarily need to know the name of the database. We can just insert the database function, but it's good to know anyways. So table name like something. So I guess according to Pebble, we could also do length table name. Length table name equals I don't know, like 1, 2, 2 false, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you know what? You need to spell the word length correctly, otherwise. Okay. So here we can determine that there is a table name which is 5 characters in length. So thank you very much, Pebble, for letting us know about that. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Chris says it's also sketchy that the information schema is readable. And let's see, we're assuming a very vulnerable application. Like the SA privileges, a Flask app, of course. But yeah, it really depends on the security of the application that you're testing. So where are we going? Where are we going from here? So what we need to do is we need to figure out what the name of the table is. So for example, we would do and table name like, what was it? Table name like users. Okay, so that comes back true, and we know that we know from the other enumeration that the table name is 5 characters long. So we've identified the users table here. So next we need to get the columns. So if we know that the username is tables, then the next thing to do is to figure out the number of columns, or not the number of columns, but the names of the columns. So this is the payload we'd be using over here. I wonder if this is going to break the chat app if I start putting in this kind of stuff. I know that this is going to get me on some sort of ban list or something from YouTube and Twitch. Okay, so admin123 union select 123 from information schema.columns, where table schema equals SQLI_3 and table name equals users and column name like A. So like A, let me go back to the application, get rid of this stuff, and then paste in the payload. Okay, so column name like A. So this is the same thing. We just do our iterate. We iterate over the column names. Because there are multiple column names, it's a little bit tougher to figure out the length of the column names. Aqua, hello, nice to see you here. Just doing a lesson on SQL injection. We're doing blind Boolean-based SQL injection, my favorite. Okay, so what are we looking for? So there's username. So username, yeah, and password. We can just kind of guess at this kind of stuff because if it's a users table, we can kind of guess what the name of the columns would be. So there's probably like an ID column as well. So we know that there's ID, and we know that there is. Oh, okay. This also teaches us how to enumerate stuff in different columns as well. So admin123, fire your database administrator immediately. Defa says scared of saying the X word, but spamming SQLI payloads in the chats. I'm pretty sure they don't monitor the chats, but I guess if enough forbidden words end up in the chat, they might flag the stream as like a problem stream. So who knows? Okay, so what are we doing here? Yeah, so we can make sure that we're not dealing with the ID column by doing column name not equal to ID, or column name not equal to ID and column name not equal to something something. Okay, so repeating this process 3 times will enable you to discover the column's ID, username, and password, which you can now use to query the users table for login credentials. So we're going back to a much simpler payload, which is union select 123 from users, where username like a something something. Okay, so help me chat flags my defender. For me, chat flags my defender sometimes. So the defender actually goes off and says that that you're getting hacked when it sees the funny payloads. That's actually very interesting. Okay, so if we go in here and we just provide this payload, we're trying to figure out if any of the users have a username like this, like A. So like A, well, we know that there is a user that starts with A because the admin user usually exists. We can probably just confirm this. Admin. Okay, so admin is one of the users, and we can find out if there's a user that begins with the letter B or the letter C, etc., etc. Once we identify the administrator, where username like something and and username is not equal to admin, we can insert something like this just so that we can make sure that we're not taking a look at the administrator in this case. So false, is there a B user? Is there a G user, etc., etc. The goal is to eventually enumerate all of the usernames. So we got admin. Now that you got an admin, you can concentrate on discovering the password. So the payload below shows you how to find the password. So password like A. So union select from users where username equals admin and password like something something. So I wonder if we can get the length of the we could probably get the length of the password here as well. And length password. Length password equals 10. 10. Okay, hold on. Get rid of all this stuff. 8. We should probably be doing this. Okay, 3, 4, 4. Okay, so this the admin password is exactly 4 characters long. That's great. And password equals and password like. So what is it? Okay, so the password is, it is a series of numbers. So it's 4, it's not 4, it is, so cycling through all the characters, you discover the password is 3845. So 3845. So over here, let's say that we got 3, that's true, 3845. Okay. So admin and 3845. So admin 3845, log in, and then we get the next flag. So what is the flag after completing level 3? I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to work through all of the time-based SQL injection. The only thing we need to understand about time-based SQL injection versus Boolean-based SQL injection is that we're no longer looking for true and false answers. We're looking for a request that takes a very small amount of time to come back versus a request that takes a lot of time to come back. So for example, if we've got our payload union sleep 5, union select sleep 5, union select sleep 5 is the first column. So this is what we're trying to do when we're determining the column. Time based is actually hard. It's harder than Boolean based, because Boolean based gives you an indication whether or not your stuff succeeded. Okay, so that's the payload right there. And let's see, refer equals try hack me. And what are we doing here? So refer equals to try hack me. So this comes back in 0.3 seconds. So what we want to do is we want to include, oh, sorry, pressed the wrong button there. Okay, so we want to include a false, like a false refer, and we want to try to figure out if we can get the system to sleep. If the SQL injection works, we run the sleep function, and the sleep function is going to make the system not respond for 5 seconds. Okay, so this comes back immediately, so that is not the number of columns. So we're just going to add a column here in our union select. 2. Okay, that's not it. So we try another one. Oh wait, that did work. So the request time in this case was 5 seconds, which means that the sleep function actually returned. So we've determined with this that the original SQL statement had 2 columns in it. Okay, so you can now repeat the enumeration process from the Boolean-based SQL injection, adding the sleep method to the union select statements. If you're struggling to find the table name, the below query should help you on our way. So it's I would not do time-based SQL injection manually. It is not fun. It is not fun. It looks so easy. So easy. I mean, this is what we're going to guess. So what is the final flag after completing level 4? This is what we're going to do. So union select sleep 2 and, what was it? And union select sleep 2 where database where database and what was it? So we go back to the Boolean base and we were looking for table schema, we're looking for column names, and then we're finally looking for the table name and the users. So this is what we're going to do. So we just go in here. So table name equals user, column name. Oh, well, we don't need this. We just need to okay. Well, I'm going to spoil it a bit. Everything is basically the same in this next one, except for the fact that the database name is SQLi_4, and well, it's still, the table name is still users, and the ID and the username and the password is still the same. We just need to figure out what the actual password is. So the actual password and the admin user still exists. So from users where username equals admin and password like something, right? Password like, well, actually password length password. We're just going to confirm that the password is 4 characters. I think it was a 4-character password like the previous level. And length password equals 4. Okay, so does this take a long time to come back? Request time 5, so that it is a 4-character password again. So we're username equals password and password like one something. So one something, nope. 2 something. 2 something, nope. 3 something. 4 something. Okay, so it starts with 4. And yeah, so it starts with 4, and then 4 1. Nope. 4 2. The good thing is that it comes back immediately if it's not the correct one. So we can, it's a bit faster to iterate through. I still wouldn't want to do this manually. This is what tools like SQL Map are good at doing. 4 8, nope. 4 9. This is 4 9. Okay. let's just do this real fast. So 491, nope, 492, 493, 4, 5, 6. OPSEC is is so fun. I've never seen anybody do it manual IRL. Okay, so 4961. It's 4961, is it? Okay, so the actual password for the administrator user is 4961. We were able to get that through our fun, time-based blind injection. Yay. Okay, so this is the final flag. We put it in here, then we're finished. Okay, so I've never seen anybody do that manually IRL. Now I have. Well, you know, this is what you come here for. You come here for those novel experiences. All right, we've got ads running on Twitch. I'll run one on YouTube. And you know what? This is my favorite part. My favorite part of the stream is when I get to show you all my birds. Okay, so we're just going to take a little water break, but in the meantime, you can enjoy the woodpeckers over here. We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Tubow says, solid, I feed the local robins myself and a set of squirrels. Are you, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. Are you located in the United States or are you located in Europe? I noticed that there are quite a few European viewers of my stream for some reason. People who can't sleep apparently. Okay, so what are we doing? Let's talk about what we learned in today's lesson, and then we can finish. Oh, you're in the UK. Okay, so it's European robins. I actually don't know what European robins look like. They look kind of similar to American ones. I can only assume. Okay, union-based SQL injection. So we practiced doing SQL union injection attacks. Actually, we didn't do that this time. We learned about Boolean-based SQL injection. So it's a type of blind SQL injection where the real only output that is returned after an SQL statement is whether the query returned true or false. We also learned about time-based SQL injection, which is a type of blind SQL injection where we're given the database software. We give the database software an instruction to return a delayed response, and if there is a delayed response, then we know that the attack was successful. So there are a couple other things that they talk about in this room before they finish off. They talk about out-of-band SQLI, and out-of-band SQLI is basically SQL injection where you have the web application communicate with an outside source. So an outside source, it could be like a server that you're in control of. So you contact the database, and then the database sends an SQL, some SQL data, some SQL output to an outside source, like a server that you control. And they also talk about remediation of SQL injection. So remediation is basically trying to fix the issues, and make it so that the application is no longer vulnerable to SQL injection. And there are three accepted methods. There's prepared statements with parameterized queries, which is basically making sure that whatever the user inputs into the statement is not considered part of the statement, but just something that the statement uses. Okay, let's see. U.S. robins are big and scary. U.S. robins are. I've never heard anybody describe American robins as big and scary before. UK robins are tiny and cute. Not that similar, to be honest. Okay, so that's prepared statements. There's also input validation. And input validation is making sure that whatever is being sent to the application, especially stuff that is being sent from the user, is only in a specified format. So input validation means that if you're looking for the user to send like a number as part of their input, then you have to make sure that it's only a number. If it's a string, you need to make sure that it is a string and not something else. And you also have to make sure that there are no special characters inside of the user input as well. Second in mind, hello, nice to see you here. Email string equals email validator or email regex that matches the RFC. I had an argument with the dev yesterday about that. I mean, most of the time when the application is checking for, I mean, I don't know. Listen. I don't know anything about development, but I do know that if you don't include the ampersand, if you don't include the @ symbol, is that called an ampersand? No, the ampersand is the and symbol. Never mind. What is the @ symbol? The @ symbol is also called the what is the word? The name of that special character? The @ symbol. Anyways, if you don't include that thing, then it's not considered to be a valid email address. No, stop that. Let's see. He was confusing. Oh, okay. Deny listing with allow listing. @sign. @sign. There's got to be like there's got to be some special name for this thing. Yeah, it's you. Whenever you want to do allow listing instead of deny listing. Deny listing, like there's an infinite number of things that you can deny list, but if you use an allow list instead, there's a very limited number of things you want to allow list. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. Is that called the amp? No, this is the ampersand, isn't it? Isn't this the ampersand? Or am I confusing the ampersand with something else? Okay. Anyways, let's go ahead and get out of here. I'm going to be doing a demonstration next. It's a quick questionnaire. Want to rack your brain on what is a valid email address format? Check out email.wtf. It's a quick questionnaire. You know what? Let me take a look at what this is. Everybody knows what an email address is, right? Okay. Just for fun, we'll try this out. Okay, decide if each email address is valid or not. Okay, before we do this, let's put on the music, because okay, some super dramatic XCOM music. Let's go. Okay, decide if each email is valid or not. I use the email addresses library to verify against relevant RFCs. Enjoy. Start quiz. Easy@example.com. Okay, this is 21 questions. I think this is valid. No tricks here, just easing you into it. Okay, next question. Okay, next question. Next question. Easy and tag at example.com. So are you allowed to use special characters like the plus symbol? I think I've seen people use the plus symbol in email addresses before. So I'm going to say this is valid. This is valid. The plus symbol is allowed, and email servers often treat, especially by ignoring anything after it, very useful. Okay, so it's valid and is used to sort into groups. Okay, next question. Easy at. This is not valid because there's no domain. Invalid. You can't have an email address without a domain. Okay. Example.com. This is not valid. There's no value here. I'm going to say this is invalid. You can't have one without a local point. Okay, next. Easy add example. There's no... Do you need... I'm going to say this is not valid. There's no domain that's just called example. Invalid. This is valid. This is technically valid but considered obsolete. Allows domains without dots, but I don't know. I mean, I would call this invalid. But what about non-ASCII characters? I mean, I'm not too sure if you're allowed to use non-ASCII characters in your technically you can reach a host. I mean, I didn't What about spaces at example.com? I don't think spaces are allowed. I'm going to call this invalid. Spaces aren't allowed between words. I'll be using this thing to make it obvious. Okay. Okay, well, we're just working through this real quick before you do the next thing. Maybe like this at example.com. This is also invalid. This is valid. What? The spaces get ignored. That's actually allowed for some reason. My email client rejects this. This is weird. They allow you to put spaces between the username here. That is weird. Okay, next. Trailing dot at example.com. So are you allowed to put dots? I think you can put dots in the middle of the username, but you're not allowed to put dots at the end of the username. I'm going to say this is invalid. This is invalid. The local part cannot start or end with a dot. Dots in the middle are fine though. Okay, good. Example.com. So here we've got spaces in the domain. Okay, so this is spaces in the domain. Let's say this is invalid. This is valid. Similar to the local part, the domain part can also have spaces around it, but not allowed in the middle. That would be silly. That's weird. Okay, normal. Are you allowed to have parentheses? So I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to have spaces in the middle. We've established this. So this is invalid. This is valid? Did you know that emails could have comments? Anything in parentheses is a comment. This is valid. At least it's consistently weird. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, if they say that you can have a comment, but there's nothing but the comment at example.com, I'm going to say this is invalid. Comments don't count as part of the email address, so it's invalid for having no local part. Okay, good. What? Are we fork bombing somebody? Are you allowed? Okay, so there are too many special characters in here for this to be valid. Regex expert. This is invalid. This is valid. Provided you put quotes across it, you can indeed have a fork bomb as your email address. The quotes don't end up as part of the actual part of the email address. The quotes don't end up as part of the email address. So you can use any characters you want to in your email address as long as you put quotes around it. That's messed up. This doesn't have a local part, so this is invalid. What? While an empty local part due to comments is invalid, an empty local part due to quotes is valid. I don't know why. Okay, next. All right, so there's a very long. There's got to be a limitation on the length of these email addresses. So I'm going to say this is invalid. Stick in mind, just thought you'd have fun with this. It's on the topic of input validation. Seemed relevant. It is. This is my favorite part of today. Says it's to Bob. Okay, let's say this is invalid. So this limits the length of the headers to 998 characters, so you can fit the first 2.5, you can only fit the first 2.5 minutes of the B movie script before it's too long. I had no idea, I thought that the length of email addresses was limited to something like 30 characters, but apparently it's 998 characters. That's also really weird. Okay, are you allowed to have... What is this? Is this an IPv6 address? This looks like an IPv6 address. Okay, I'm gonna say this is... Let's say this is invalid. This is valid. The square bracket syntax allows you to specify IP addresses instead of domains, and this is the shorthand for localhost in IPv6. Imagine being that guy that has 996 characters in your email and nobody wants to email you. I mean, it's copy-paste at that point. But it's still a pain in the butt to copy-paste that. Okay, next question. Square bracket syntax allows you to specify IP addresses. So, I had no idea that you could use an IP address as an email address. But apparently, it's valid. Oh, can you use emojis? Poop at poop. Poop at poop. You know, if they allow emojis in email addresses, then it's over. It's over for the internet. Invalid. This is valid. They kind of let you just do anything, as far as I can tell. This is valid. This is no good. Surely you know this one. You can put emojis in your email address? I mean, I don't know. I mean, this isn't a valid domain. There's no... Registering poop emoji domain right now. Don't you need a dot... I mean, this is... Okay, this is valid. Yeah, okay, of course this is valid. Of course it's valid. This is making me... add. I think this is... valid. You should complain to your provider if they don't allow you to send email to this one. Add. That's great. That's great. I'm just so tired. Example.com, sure. So this is... So you can put comments in here, and this is a comment. And can you put comments between the quotes? So is this interpreted as a comment? I'm going to say this is invalid. This is valid. It gets interpreted as this at example.com, which is totally valid. All right, we got 2 more questions left. I wonder at example.com. This is valid. Wait, you can put dots in your email address, but can you put multiple dots in a row? I'm going to say yes. Consecutive dots aren't allowed anywhere outside of quotes. Consecutive dots aren't allowed. You can have 1 dot, but you can't have 2 dots. Great. What? Cilantro is no good at example.com. I'm going to say you're allowed... Wait, what about these special characters? So I'm pretty sure, I mean, if you're allowed to use emojis, then you can use like any like UTF-8 character. And these are UTF-8 characters all put on top of each other. I don't know. For some reason, I think it's invalid. What? Zalgo text is A-okay? Okay. 10 out of 21. Your average. Time to state marking. Okay. Time to start making plans for what you'll do when an LLM takes your job. Well, when LLMs are doing Twitch streams, then it's over. Okay, I would like to think that applying for the posts of email administrator, I'm sorry to tell you that the post is gone. That's okay. I wasn't. I've never studied email addresses, by the way, and I've never taken a look at any of these specs. I can only judge on what I've seen in other example email addresses. But yeah, this is very eye-opening. Okay, so what was it? To anybody who wants to check this out, this is the Pebble says I scored 15 out of 21, and all I got is just lousy text to share on social media, of course. Okay, there you go. Imagine how your resume would look with your email as a fork bomb. It would look, you know what? People would notice. People would notice at least. All right, what are we doing now? Let me get rid of most of these windows. Because I'm not using most of these. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to do a demonstration of web app hacking exercises. So I've got a few different exercises from, well, I've got two exercises, exactly two exercises from PicoCTF. And then let's go ahead and put, how many minutes do we have? I don't know, let's put 40 minutes on the clock so that I can do these demos. So it's HackerFrogs. We're doing demos for PicoCTF. PicoCTF is a great website. If you don't have an account there, go ahead and make one over at this address. Imagine how it would look without it. Not nearly as cool. Okay, so we'll do two challenges today. We'll demonstrate two challenges today over from PicoCTF. Let me grab my explanation file. So this is for... The first one is, it's my birthday. This is what I've got for my GitHub here, and let me get the PDF file that I'm going to be using for the demonstration. Okay, so it's my birthday. Nope. Birthday. All right, so let me go ahead and get set up. Just need to, this is good. And not this one. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the It's My Birthday Challenge from PicoCTF as part of its PicoCTF 2021 event. The description of the challenge says, I sent out two invitations to all my friends for my birthday. I'll know if they get stolen because the two invites look similar, and they even have the same MD5 hash, but they're slightly different. You wouldn't believe how long it took for me to find a collision. Anyway, see if you're invited by submitting 2 PDFs to my website, and we got this one over here. All right, so before we get going, I actually want to open up the PicoCTF web shell because I want to demonstrate to people how to solve these challenges using the web shell in case that you don't have access to a Linux machine to use. Okay. Alright, so what's going on with this challenge? Let's take a look. So this is PicoCTF 2021, it's my birthday. So the web application is written in PHP and requires us to submit 2 PDF files with different contents, but the same MD5 hash value. So if you create a file, you can figure out what the MD5 hash value is of a file in Linux pretty easily. You do MD5 sum and then the name of the file. And this will tell you what the contents of the file become when you hash them using the MD5 method. So this is a method of this MD5 it's still used as a method of figuring out what the whether or not the contents of a file have been modified or not. So if you modify the contents of a file by even 1 byte, then the MD5 sum is going to be completely different when you run it. So let's just example echo HackerFrog to hacker. Let's see, example1.txt, and we'll echo out HackerFrogs to example2.txt. So even though these two files have almost the exact same contents, only there's an S at the end of this one, the MD5 hash is going to be completely different for these. So if we do MD5 sum example1.txt, then we get this. But if we run it on example2, then the hash value is completely different. But what they want from us in this exercise is they want 2 files that are different but have the exact same MD5 hash. It seems like an impossible task, but let's talk about what's actually going on. So what we're talking about in this is Bob says -C flag. -C flag for MD5 sum? Hold on. Isn't that MD5 summing the names? No, it doesn't. So when you do MD5 sum, it doesn't care about the name. It doesn't care about the name of the file. It cares about the contents of the file. So if I just echo out, I don't know, test, and we do test1, and we do the same thing, but we call it test2.txt, these should have the same MD5 sum when we run it on either of these. So the contents are the same. The file name, it doesn't need to be the same. Anyways. Okay. So what we're talking about in this case is we're talking about MD5 magic hashes. So there's a vulnerability specific to PHP, our favorite programming language. We're using the loose comparison operator, =, such that data of different types can be compared to each other. For example, integers can be compared to strings, which can be compared to other stuff. So the thing is that when we use the loose comparison operator in PHP, we can what is the word? This can also result in magic hashes inside of the PHP program, where the hashes start with 0e, which is, I think it's mathematical exponentation. What is the word? That's simple, anyways. Okay. Jason IT Solution says, "Hello, man. I just slept off. What? Oh, C is a list. Okay. So if there's a hash that starts with 0e and the rest of the value is only numbers, all of these are considered to be the same thing when PHP is comparing them. So I think I've got an example over here, PHP Online. onlinephp.io. So this is just a website where we can plug in some PHP and we can start experimenting with this code. So if you've got your loose comparison operator over here, so the =, and you've got 2 hashes. So the 2 hashes they're completely different, but they begin with the 0e, and the rest of the hashes are numbers over here. So these are considered quote-unquote magic hashes, and if you run this code and these are considered equal, then we'll echo out these two hashes are the same in the system. But if they're not considered equal by PHP in this case, then it'll print out these hashes are not the same. So run this, and these two hashes are the same. So the reason why this is because of a peculiarity of the PHP language and the loose comparison operator over here. If you make this a strict comparison operator by adding a triple equal sign instead, then it's not going to be considered the same by the PHP system. So how can we take advantage of this? So in this particular exercise, yeah, so we're just illustrating here that it's because the loose comparison operator is being used, and if you want to take a look at a list of different magic hashes, so there's a list of them over at this GitHub repository in different hashing values over here. So we got here magic hashes, PHP hash collisions. They're not actually hash collisions. It's because of the loose comparison operator. And what are we doing in the challenge then? So in this challenge, there's a web app that we're taking advantage of here. So it's my birthday. See if you're invited to my party. So browse, no file selected. We have to upload 2 files, and then they need to have the same. They need to have different contents, but have the same MD5 hash. So this is what we're going to do. Okay, so we've got 2 of these values over here that hash out to different values, but begin with this this magic value over here, 0e, and then the rest of the thing is numbers. So we're just going to give this command here and this command here to create these PDF files. So the application in this case doesn't care whether or not these are legitimate PDF files, it just wants the PDF file extension. So we're just going to go over to our web shell, and I'm just going to get rid of these other files first. Then we're going to give this command here to create the first PDF file, and then we're going to get we're going to create the second PDF file. What is the value? It is this over here. Okay, let me copy that. Okay, so over here we've got our two files, and we're gonna get the MD5 sum for both of these. And they're different values. They're different values, but they both have that magic hash pattern. So it starts with 0e, and then the rest of it is numbers. So we're going to download these, and we can download them from the PicoCTF web shell by using the sc command. So it's sc and then the name of the file. That'll download the file to our local system. And where is it? Web shell. We'll do the same thing for test 2. Okay, so from here, we're going to go back to the web application, and we're going to browse, and we're going to select test 1 and test 2. So this ends up in our downloads directory. Test 1, test1.pdf, and test2.pdf. Okay, and then we're going to click on upload. So if the application is actually checking properly and using the triple equal sign operator, then it's not going to work. But we see here that Why does it suddenly give us the source code? It gives us the source code. Okay, that also gives us the flag. All right, so the flag is here. They give us the entire source code for the application, and it shows us that it's using the loose comparison operator. So the double equal sign, echo MD5 hashes do not match, files are not different, not a PDF, file too large, but in this case, it brings up the source code here, and then it gives us the flag. So let's go ahead and copy this. Funky Monkey, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. And you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, let's go ahead and submit this flag. So it's my birthday. Paste it in, and we're done. Everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the It's My Birthday Challenge from the PicoCTF platform as part of their PicoCTF 2021 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. We're not leaving. I just need to say that stuff for my YouTube video that I need to record later. Okay, we're going to do one more challenge. So if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we covered in this challenge, let us know. You will see PHP type juggling and PHP magic hashes appear in CTF challenges every once in a while. So it is some hacker fun that does tend to show up. It was not bad. Well, I mean, I'm glad I have your approval. Okay, so let's get out of here. And before we do this, hold on. Before we do this next challenge, let me just close out some of these windows that I'm not using. Can I reload this page? Let me just close this out and I'll try to reopen my web shell from here. And get rid of these PDF files. Okay, so the next challenge, or this is the last challenge we're going to be covering today as part of the demonstrations. It's called Most Cookies. So this is a cookie challenge with a twist. What's that twist? Well, let me pull that stuff up. Most cookies, and here's the PDF file. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Most Cookies Challenge from the PicoCTF platform as part of the PicoCTF 2021 event. The description says, alright, enough of using my own encryption, Flask session cookies should be plenty secure, and they've got two links. So the first link is for the Python code that is being used to run the server, and the second link is the website where the site is being hosted. So let's go ahead and copy that link. What we're going to do is we're going to go to our web shell, we're going to download the file. So we're just going to wget and copy that Python file that's hosting the server. So anytime you're given some source code, you really need to take a look at that source code because it can be very, very insightful as to how the application actually works if you look at the stuff in that source code file. And to get started, let's talk a little bit about this. So this web application is using a Python Flask server, and Flask web applications create user session tokens using a standard method. Okay, so Flask session tokens are encrypted using a secret string, and if we're able to capture or brute force this secret, we could create our own valid Flask session tokens. So we can see in the code here, we got cookie names equals, well, a bunch of different stuff. It's a list of different cookie names. And we've got app.secretKey, which is equal to random.choice cookie names. So the secret key is going to be it's going to be a random choice of one of these cookies inside of the cookie names list. So since we have the code, we know that this app uses a random item from the cookie names list as the value of the secret key. This code also lets us know that if the data embedded in the cookie has the veryauth equals admin value, then the flag will be revealed. So if session.get veryauth check session veryauth if check is admin, then response equals make response render template flag.html. So this will reveal the flag to us. So we can see all of this code inside of this file here in the text editor. So we've got our big list of cookie names over here, and then we see that random choice cookie names is what the secret key is specified as. And let's see. This is the section where it checks if we can get the flag. So I mean, the name of the function is called flag, and if our session cookie contains the admin value for veryauth, then we get the flag. So here's what we can do. We can go over to the application, and then we can test this out ourselves. Oops, I've already solved the challenge. Never mind. Let's go back. Hold on. So this is where the magic happens. I show everybody that I've been doing this stuff. Okay, storage. Let me delete my session cookie. And let's reload the page. All right. So the application's like this. There's a reset button up here. Jason IT says Flask is Python framework. Python it is a Python framework, and the framework is used to host web servers. Or as web server software. Okay, so welcome to my cookie search page, now with the best security. So we know that there are all of these different cookie names, and we know that if the cookie name is admin, then we get the flag. So that doesn't appear to be a valid cookie. So we can't just directly give ourselves our admin cookie because the application is using this logic. So before so we're doing search right now, and the way we do search, the way we get cookies from the application is to run the search function here. So if name in request form and request form name in cookie names, we need to supply a cookie name that's in the list. So in the list here, they've got snickerdoodle, chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, etc., etc. Admin is not in this list, so we can't actually get an admin cookie by having the application assign us one. But we can get another cookie. So if we wanted to get snickerdoodle, we would go over to here, and then we would just type in snickerdoodle. Okay, so I love snickerdoodle cookies. That's a cookie not very special. And at this point, we've been assigned a cookie in our browser. So we got session cookie. So session is the default name of the session tokens for Flask applications. So we can copy this, and then we can go over to our web shell, for instance. Let's get out of here. Okay, so we could echo this out, and then we can decode it from base64. So the way we can identify that there's base64 encoded information in here for Flask cookies or JSON Web Tokens is that the values usually start with EY capital J. So we can't decode the entire thing because there are parts of the cookie that are not base64 encoded. But we can see, oh, we need to decode. Okay, so very auth and snickerdoodle. So we know that this is inside of our cookie. Very auth and snickerdoodle. So the entire thing we can save this as ooh. Let me grab that again. So we know that our current cookie has very auth with the value snickerdoodle. And what we want is very auth with the value admin to get the flag. Okay, so how can we do this? There's a couple of different ways we can get this done. I'm going to show you how to do it with Python, because the application is written with Python, so the most natural thing we could do is we could use Python code to figure out if we can brute force the actual cookie out of the application, because we know that the application is using one of these cookie names as the secret key. And if we can get the secret key, then we can make our own cookies. So let's see. So we got this script over here. So if you're wondering where all this stuff is, it's on the GitHub over here. Let me copy all that, and then go back to the web shell. I'm trying to use the web shell to do more of these challenges because while not everybody has access to a Linux machine with a bunch of hacking tools on it, so might as well try to do it with the tools that PicoCTF gives to us. We'll call this secretbrute.py. Okay, we'll paste in the code, and we'll try to understand what's going on inside of the script before we run it. So this script takes in the Flask token as an argument and attempts to brute force the valid secret key from the words on the cookie list. So we import a bunch of different modules related to Flask. We've got a cookie list with all the cookies from the other Python file, and then we've got secret tests with the secret as the argument, and we're trying to figure out if it is this secret that's being used. If it is the secret that is being used inside of our for loop in the later part of the code, then we'll be able to get a valid session token. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to get a valid session token. And the only thing that we're going to do is we're going to try encoding or embedding a cookie with the different secrets. And if we're able to get a valid secret, then that is the secret, or that cookie is the secret. Anyways, let's save this out. We'll run the code, and we have to run it with the session token that we got, because we're taking information from the session token that we have in order to figure out what the proper key is. So where's that session token? Most cookies. Copy this, paste this in, run the script. So we got the value of the cookie, which is very auth and snickerdoodle, and we figured out that the fortune cookie is the one that's being used as the secret key. So we're going to use another script to write out another cookie that has the admin as the value for very auth, and the separate script is over here. Okay, so we're just gonna create, this is going to be called make flask token.py, Okay, so what does this script do? So this script is going to take in two arguments, a secret key for creating Flask session tokens, and a cookie key value pair that we want to get embedded into the resulting Flask token. Okay, we import all of our modules here, and then we check if the number of arguments given to the script is 3. So Python /session.py secret key value pair, and we also check that if there is the correct format for the key value pair. So pair must be in the form key equals value. Okay. And then it creates the cookie using app secret key equals secret, which is defined in the system in the arguments, and then the the information is in where? Pair. Where does pair get passed off to? Pair equals system arguments 2. Oh, okay, pair.split, and this is what we're feeding in. We're feeding in the K and the V. So s.dumps session dictionary here. So okay. That's how it's getting done. Let's save it out, and then let's run the file. Python make Flask token. We need to supply the name of the cookie, fortune, and then the name of the value that we want to put in. The value that we want to put in is very auth equals admin, like this. Okay, so the script outputs a cookie for us, a cookie value. We're going to copy this, and then we're going to feed it into the application. So most cookies going to go into the session, paste in the flag that we forged, and then we're going to reload the page. And because it's the correct cookie, then we get the flag for the challenge. So PicoCTF pwn all the cookies. Great. Copy this, and then go back to the challenge, paste in the flag, submit the flag, and then you're done. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Most Cookies Challenge from the PicoCTF platform as part of their PicoCTF 2021 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's see. It's to Bob says the Flask unsigned version is less verbose and opaque. This was the correct version to train people with. Nicely done. Thank you. It's to Bob. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that I covered a couple of different methods in here, and the first method was to use a tool. So the tool that we were using is called Flask Unsign. So Flask Unsign it's a tool that you can get from GitHub, and it's probably better for if you're doing a lot of testing on Flask tokens. But the thing is that I'd like to teach people by giving them tools that they can use, or they don't have to install like other tools to use. So if they're using the web shell here, they have access to Python. They can run Python scripts. They would have a much harder time installing like some additional tool to get it done. So that's why I decided to do a solution that with just Python code. It also makes sense because the application itself is coded using Python, so you might as well use that stuff. If the other challenge, we were dealing with PHP, so I decided to illustrate what it looks like when you use the PHP commands. Santa Vice, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we only have we have a few minutes left before we need to move on to the next challenge. But maybe we can start it earlier. Okay. So that was the most cookies challenge. Done. Great. And the reason why I do these demonstrations is because I want to put up more stuff on my YouTube channel. Because, well, I mean, that's the way you grow the channel. You grow the channel by uploading more stuff. But, yeah, we're going to be doing some new web app challenges from the recent event over here called Pico Mini by CMU Africa. So they've got a bunch of web app challenges here. And we're going to be trying to solve these. Oh, there's only 3 of them. I mean, if we solve these challenges, if we solve all the challenges and there's still a bunch of time left, we might move on to other platforms or other challenges as well. But you know what? Let's stop the clock. So we've never seen these challenges before. We're gonna try to wing it and see if we can figure out how to solve these things. So we got crack the gate 1, crack the gate 2, bypassed. If you want to follow along, this is what you would do. This is the link you would follow on PicoCTF. I highly recommend making an account over at PicoCTF if you want to solve some CTF challenges, because everything's free over here. Okay, let me change my topic title. So topic 3 is done, topic 4 is here. Great. Okay, so crack the gate. We'll also try to see if we can do our write-ups while we're solving the challenges. Alright, so if you're following along, this is the challenge we're doing right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and start our write-up. So this is for PicoCTF 2025 Mini. Let's create a folder here. 2025 Mini CMU Africa. Okay, and this is in the web app category. And this challenge is called Crack the Gate 1. Crack the Gate 1. Crack the Gate 1.md. Okay. So we're going to try to record as much as we can because we know how to document our stuff. The URL for the challenge, the concept behind the challenge, method of solving the challenge. Okay. So this is challenge number 520. Concept, we don't know. Let's take a look. Okay, so we're in the middle of investigation. One of our persons of interest, CTF player, is believed to be hiding sensitive data inside a restricted web portal. We've uncovered the email address used to log in. Okay, so we have the email address, and this is a valid email address. Unfortunately, we don't know the password, and the usual guessing techniques haven't worked, but something feels off. It's almost like the developers left a secret way in. Can you figure it out? Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So for these challenges here, they want you to launch a VM with the website running, and let's go ahead and do that. So if you're not logged in, I'll give you the website URL over here. So this is the link for the challenge. So we know the email address. Okay, so let's take a look at the login page. So login, email, password. What do we got? We know that this is the email address that we're trying to log in as. Okay, so email address is here, password, test, login, invalid credentials. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the web page source, just in case there's something hiding there. What? It looks like they've it looks like there's some sort of Caesar cipher here. So if there's a Caesar cipher here, well, we want to decrypt that, or we want to decode that. Okay, so off we go to, I don't know, Caesar cipher, and there's like a web app here that we can use. We'll just paste this into the ciphertext portion. Okay, so if this is actually Caesar cipher, then this message has been shifted a number of letters over, and I mean the typical one is 13 characters. Oh, it is 13 characters. Wow, that was I mean, I guess I'm not too surprised. Okay, note Jack temporary bypass, use header xdev access yes. Okay, so we can do some header injection. So we need to inject, well, it's not really, I mean, it's not really header injection, it's just supplying a header. Header dev xdev access yes, sure. We can give this along with like a curl command. Let's go and make that thing. So curl, and we need to supply a header, and it's this. And well, we'll make this verbose, and we'll also get the URL. What is this? Wait, was this? I mean, this script was always here, right? Okay. Remove before pushing to production, of course. Thank you. All right. Well, we didn't actually log in. We need to what we need to do is we need to post something. So, I mean, the easiest way to figure out what is actually being posted is just to do something like Burp Suite so that you can record everything. Let me grab this thing, Burp Suite, next, start Burp, and then we'll put this through the Burp browser, which is connected to Burp Suite, so that we can examine the request. So we can do this through Burp Suite, or we can do it through curl. Open the browser. We burpin'? We burpin'? Yep. You're not really doing a web app challenge if your burp isn't open, huh? Okay, so we just need to grab the name of the user one more time. CTF player. Okay, so we're going to put it in here. Password, we don't know. Login, invalid credentials. Okay, so that should have been recorded by Burp Suite in the HTTP history. So post to login. And it's, oh, this is JSON. Okay, so this, so just because it's easy, we're going to try solving this with Burp Suite first. We're going to send this to the repeater. And we're going to inject our xdev access header over here. Okay, and then we can go back to Burp Suite repeater. I don't know where to put this. I'll just put it in the middle here. xdev access yes, and then we'll see what happens when we try to send this. Response, success true, email, Pico player, flag. Done. Okay, so the other way we do this is we need to send this information as JSON. So we need to send application JSON with curl. And I kind of forget how to do that. Let me look it up real quick. Curl post JSON data. Post JSON data using curl. You can use the specified HTTP method as post content type set to JSON. Okay, I mean, let's just copy this. Okay, curl x post application JSON key 1 value 1 key 2 value 2 URL. So we're looking for email and this. Well, I mean, I guess I can just copy this all. Okay, so the first key is email. And the second key is password. And we'll just make this test. The URL is this thing. How much time do we have left? So there's only 50. We only get 15 minutes of uptime for each one of these challenges. Let me just check. We got 8 minutes, roughly. Okay. And so if we send this, cannot post. Cannot post? D posts. We supply the header. We supply the... I wonder why we get the error message, cannot post. Is there something wrong with the format of the curl command? 404 not found. Oh, it's the login endpoint. Right. Thank you, Pebble. Okay, so this is the login endpoint. Okay, so just need to log in. Success, false, error, unauthorized access. Okay, well I mean, that's because we're not supplying the special header. So the special header is what? Oh, sorry, where was it? I need to translate this thing again. Hold on. You also copy as curl from burp. Wow, you know what, Pebble? You're right. Why was I not doing this? Why was I not doing that in the first place? Okay, so what was it? Where is it? Copy as curl command bash. Great. All right, let's. You know what? The thing is that if you run this, it includes everything, which means that the curl command is going to be very cluttered. But you know what? That's fine. The only thing we really care about is the results. It's a lot. That's true. Okay, but yeah, let's just get. Let's just get the hidden header. The hidden header is where? Xdev access. Put this between some quotes. Done. Okay. PicoCTF brute force. Brute force. Well, this wasn't brute force. I mean, I guess if you're not thinking too hard, you might try to do some brute force. All right. So this is the flag. Let's copy that. We'll talk a little bit about this before we move on to the next exercise. Okay, paste in the flag. Done. Okay, the concept in this case is hidden or debug. I guess we could call this like a debug HTTP header. Okay, so the method of solve in this case is there's a, what was it, Caesar cipher? Oh, it's ROT13. There's a ROT13 encoded message in the HTTP comments on the login page. When translated, the message looks like this. Okay, let me go ahead and record that. Route 13. Okay, so this is the message. This indicates that we should include this header when we try to log in. We can okay, so here's a question. Here's a question. So for people who know web applications, development, aside from using Burp Suite, I used Burp Suite to try to figure out what the data looks like when you send your login request over here. But if you didn't know what kind of information you're supposed to send to the application, is there any way of recording the correct data you would send to the server to try to log in? Or, I mean, sometimes it'll tell you what kind of data you need to send inside of the code. Oh, here, yeah, it does tell you how to do it. Yeah. Browser development tools, browser dev tools. Yeah, so method post headers content type application JSON body this. Body, I mean, it tells you that you're supposed to send JSON information. I guess it also tells you the format of the data here as well. So in this case the application tells you, but it's not always the case. So it tells you that you have to send JSON information here. It tells you that you need to send email equal to something value and then password equal to something value. So I guess you could use this information here to guess at what the payload would look like. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. So the app JavaScript code lets us know what the format of the login requests should look like. Okay, so let's paste in that JavaScript code. Where are we? Script. I might as well include the entire script. Oops, here. Okay. Okay, so this lets us know it's looking for... Cybernante says, I've seen Bug Hunter scan JS files to look for hidden parameters and request methods. There's a burp extension that can do that. Yeah, I don't... I mean, I use Burp Suite, but I don't use a lot of Burp Suite extensions these days, especially because I haven't worked in web app security stuff in years. Okay, this lets us know that it's looking for JSON data and the key value pairs, key values it's looking for. we can forge, we can create the request in curl, and the command looks like this. Get the curl command. Okay, let's save this out. We're done, and then we can do the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be, it's going to be crack the gate 2, which means it's going to be similar to the previous one. Crack the gate 2.md. Boom, 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 boom. URL concept method to solve. Okay, let's start the next challenge. We can get rid of, well, we're not using the web shell for this challenge. Done. Okay, so crack the gate 2. There's a few of them out there for hidden parameters and request methods. I mean, I believe it. Okay, so this is the challenge here, if you're looking for it. Music's so dramatic. Okay, URL is here, the concept. I mean, don't know yet. The login system has been upgraded with a basic rate limiting mechanism that locks out repeated failed attempts from the same source. I mean, that just tells you that we are not supposed to be, it's either we're not supposed to be brute forcing, or we need to modify our brute forcing tools in some way if we're going to be brute forcing here. We received a tip that the system might still trust user-controlled headers. Okay, your objective is to bypass the rate limiting restriction and log in using... So we need to bypass the rate limiting restriction. So, I mean, this tells me that there's going to be some sort of brute force in here. Okay, so log in using the known email address. This one, so everybody, here's the email address. Get around it somehow. Well, we'll figure it out. Well, we'll try. Okay, launch that instance. And we've even got some hints here if we get stuck. Okay, server didn't respond. I bet you $5 is an X forwarded 4 header. Oh, you know what? That kind of makes sense. But yeah. Oh, everybody who doesn't know, Pebble also does infosec streaming on Twitch. And let's give Pebble a shout out. So if you're interested in some advanced level CTF stuff, especially if you're interested in Windows Active Directory hacking, Pebble is the person to watch. And they stream on Sundays. Do you stream on any other days other than Sundays? Okay, so why isn't this thing launching? Okay, so we got it running. So the website is running here. Can you try to log in? Download the passwords list here. So we're definitely doing some brute forcing. I'll provide the links to everybody. So this is the server. This is the password list, if you want to give it a try. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to download the password list. So wget this thing. Okay, so how many passwords is it? That's not a lot. But they're still going to lock us out. They're still going to lock us out if we send too many requests too fast. So we need to find a way to get around that. Okay, so the website is running here. And we're still looking to log in as CTF player. Okay, test invalid credentials. All right. So they don't have any. So content type application JSON. So we're still sending JSON information. Email and then password. I mean, it's probably. The curl command is probably the same one from the previous session, but you know. So dev access, yes. Is it still the same one? Hold on. Let me try the same curl command we used before, but to the new URL. Oh, this should be to login, right? Okay, so this is, yeah, too many requests. So we... Oh, they locked us out. Huh. Okay, so what's going on? Bounces requests repeated sequentially off of global university servers with pwn creds. Remembers he's not in a 90s film. Huh. Okay, so... And that the first one went through? Yeah, but it resulted in a 404 not found. So this is Express. So Express is... Hold on. So is Express like Node? Node.js, right? Node.js runs Express? Not that we're taking advantage of Node. Are we taking advantage of Node? Node.js? Totally. Well... Okay, so let's just send this again. Why is it giving us too many requests? Do they time us out for like minutes? Hold on, let's see if we can do this in the browser. So in the browser, log in, too many failed attempts, 20 minutes! I'm not waiting 20 minutes. It says in the request. Okay. That was a very... Yeah. Too many failed attempts. Try again in 20 minutes. So I guess we can exported 4. Header. Exported 4. Okay, so it says in the response, get wrecked. All right, well, exported 4 does work in this case, which means we need to... How are we going to do this? Somebody owes me $5, not sure who, but somebody does. Next time we meet up, I'll buy you some pizza. How about that? How good is Portswigger? Portswigger's pretty good. Oh, you know what? We could do this. We could probably do this with the intruder. Okay, but I mean, if we wanted to do this with the intruder, we would have to. I'd have to record it inside of here. Just a second. Okay, so Bob says I would happily honor that debt. Portswigger as the hacker, Portswigger as the company, or Portswigger as the product. Oh, that's true. It's not called Portswigger. It's called Burp Suite. The name of the product is called Burp Suite. Anyways, okay. So CTF player, where is it? Password. So this is going to give us our too many failed attempts, but we're going to go back into Burp Suite. Proxy post. Send this to the... We're going to send this to the intruder. I haven't used the intruder in a really long time. Okay, so payload positions, we got payloads. We're gonna put in a payload here as well. So X forwarded 4. .127.0.0.position. Where do we? How do we add? One, I'll highlight this. We'll add a position here, and we'll add a position in the password. As well. Okay, so Sick the Mind says next time you'll stream him sub, he's gonna give half your money to Bezos. True, but you know what? If you use your Prime subscription, then you're not actually giving any money to Bezos. Okay, so what do we have here? So positions. This is a simple list. And we need position 1 and position 2. Payload processing. There's no payload processing. There's no payload encoding. Is this a sniper attack? This is inserts each payload into each position one at a time using a single payload set. Battering ram attack. Pitchfork attack. So allocate a payload set to each position. Intruder iterates through the set, each set lists in parallel. So I think this is a pitchfork attack. Pitchfork attack, we have 2 lists. So let's see. We got payload 1 and payload 2. So position 1 is going to be numbers. So we can how many? Okay. So one thing we need to understand is how many passwords are in this list, because we need the number of IP addresses to match the number of passwords. So word count passwords. That's 20. That's 20 passwords. So all we need is a sequence of 20 numbers. So we're just going to output that to numbers.txt. I mean, we don't need to. We can just put this directly in our payload. So payload position 1, paste in. Okay, we got our numbers. And then we do payload position 2, which is our passwords. Okay, so let me grab this. You doing intruder? Yeah, I mean we can also do this. I just wanted to do this using intruder because I haven't used intruder in a long time. The other way we could do this is we could do it using FFUF or something else. Probably FFUF. Okay, so we got our stuff here, right? Email address, password equals test. I think we can just start the attack. Okay. Oh, you know what? We need to send this as... Hold on. Let's close this out. Discard this stuff. Okay, so this is the post to the login endpoint. I just want to make sure everything looks okay. For some reason, it didn't look like it was running. It didn't look like the attack was running. Update host header to match target. X forwarded 4. This is a payload. This is a payload. Got this. Start the attack. Why isn't this going through? I'd assume... Do we need to click on the word attack? Pause, repeat, save. Henky, hello, nice to see you here. Are you using Intruder? Yeah, I think, I mean, I'm trying to use Intruder. Correct host and port? Should be. Okay, now it's going through. Status code 200, response length. Why is it so slow? Is it... Did they really make the intruder this bad? I think deselect URL encode. Deselect URL encode. I didn't know that was free intruder moment. It's slow on community edition. Is it? I mean, it couldn't be this slow. This slow is status code. Let's see. It's code 200. Yeah. There's only 20 payloads. It shouldn't be this slow. I mean, it's working. Okay, I think this is it. This has got to be it. Okay, and then the response 200. Okay, we get the flag. Okay, great. So this worked. We managed to get the intruder thing to work. Let me see if I can get this working in FFUF, our favorite fuzzing tool. It's okay for a few lines of payload. It's actually not okay for a few lines of payload. But yeah. All right, let's get out of here. We'll save it. Okay, so how do we do this with FFUF? So FFUF, word lists. Actually, how do we do it FFUF with multiple word lists? So it's been a while. FFUF multiple injection points, multiple fuzzing points. Okay, so multiple fuzzing points. You do fuzz 1 and fuzz 2. Okay, let me copy this. So W2, W1, W2, W1. I mean, in this case, we're using passwords and we're using numbers and we're fuzzing. Oh, we also need to fuzz using specific JSON data. So that's another little hurdle. Okay, so let me get the information from Burp Suite. So this is the host name. We need to make sure that this is going to the login endpoint. Okay, this is HTTP and not HTTPS. It is HTTP and not HTTPS, right? Yeah, this is regular HTTP. Okay, so W2 and W1, we need to make sure to include a header. So FFUF custom headers. Okay, multiple H flags. So name value, header name value. -H. So -H X forwarded for X forwarded for 127.0.0.W1. Okay, well, I mean, W1, we can just call it fuzz1, and numbers is fuzz1. And then the other one would be fuzz2. Okay, so H forwarded 4, sure. And now we need to... What is the U again? U is for the URL. Oh man. Okay, here's the URL, and there's the header. And we need to make sure to send the You can also save the request from burp and using the file for the request that you save. That's true. I mean, I'd rather do it this way, just so I know how to send JSON information. Actually, we need to send the what was it? Application type. What was it called? Content type application JSON with each one of these requests. And we also need to send. We also need to send the data. So FFUF as post is also like a separate thing. Okay, so FFUF post JSON data. Okay, I'll just ask the AI real quick. How do I send JSON data with FFUF? Can you save the MC25 says, can you save the burp request as a file and then have FFUF use it? Yeah. I mean, I want to do it this way. I have done it the way where you save the request file from burp. So you xpost, sure. Xpost. And then content type application JSON, D for data. So I mean, most of this looks kind of like, the nice thing is that most of this looks like, it looks like curl syntax. Okay, so xpost D, and we got our content headers, so parameter fuzz. No, in this case it's was it username? Username, and then password. Password is fuzz. Username is that CTF player guy. JSON IT solution, any better digital marketing tools? Better digital marketing tools. I'm not exactly sure what you're referencing there. Okay, so this is fuzz 2 for the passwords. Fuzz 2 for the passwords. The name, have I run out of time yet? Yeah, I ran out of time already. So I'm gonna have to relaunch this and get the new port number. Okay. So CTF player at PicoCTF.org. We just need to, I'm pretty sure the server is exactly the same. It's still amiable. Six two four nine 62495. 62495. Okay, well, that didn't match codes all. Okay, so status code 400. So that all came back. Well, I mean, one of these shouldn't come back status code 400. Wait. Uh-oh. Hold on. Invalid JSON. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Okay. So CTF, so the data is username, ctfplayer.org, password, let me take a look at what the JSON information looks like. email, password, email, password. Is it because I put in an extra space? Okay, so from from the intruder attack, we know actually it might be randomized. Email, not username. Oh, sorry. Wow. Thank you very much for catching that. Thanks for catching that, Pebble. Okay, email instead of username. Of course, the numbers are all... Actually, we can put the numbers in another place. It's2Bubs is actually reading is actually so hard sometimes. Well, that's true. I'm glad to have the chat here to keep me accountable. Otherwise, I would be floundering in the darkness. So email equals this, password equals this. Exported for fuzz1. Let's put fuzz1 here instead. Match code all. Filter code. What was it? I think it was like 400 that was coming back invalid, right? We'll filter on 400. Status 429. So we triggered the what is it called? Okay, so I think the problem in this case is that we're trying all of the logins with all of the passwords, or we're trying all of the numbers with all the passwords, which doesn't work. I did see 1-200 in there. I did see 1-200 in there. Okay, so the thing is that we want to match. It seems like we sent a lot of requests. We only want to send 20 requests. So there's something in the FFUF program that we need to switch up. Okay, let's see. FFUF, we're doing 2 wordless matching. So we need to match the first line with the second line. To use 2 wordless with FFUF and have them match or interact with each other, you need to employ multiple W flags. You can set FFUF to pitchfork. Thank you, Pebble. Thank you. I didn't... that's what I was looking for. So FFUF pitchfork. Okay, so where is the switch? Mode pitchfork. Okay, so let's see. Pitchfork mode. Mode pitchfork used for parallel fuzzing of multiple parameters with aligned word lists. Okay, so you just need to switch pitchfork mode on. Pitch. How did you find that? How did you find that emote to Bob? Jeez. Okay, so mode pitchfork. We're just gonna put We're just gonna put the fuzzing point at another place now. I'm gonna put fuzz1 here instead. Okay, so if it's in pitchfork mode, that means it should be all okay. So there's only 20 payloads. We got status 200 for one for each one of these. We got words 1. Size 17. We're not looking for size 17. We're looking for like a larger size. So these are our 200s. Size 17. Size 132. Okay, so 132 is the valid one. Okay, so let's grab that. And we'll go back to our web browser. Hold on, I don't think this is the right web page anymore. Okay, so website is running here. CTF player. I need to get that web email. PicoCTF.org. Okay, done. And they give us the flag. Very nice. Okay, so let's submit that flag, and then we can move on to the third challenge for the day. Bypassed. All right. Yeah, not a bad challenge. Not a bad challenge. I like that. I was able to use some stuff, learn some new syntax for FFUF. Okay, let me just record this. And then we'll move on to the next challenge. Method to solve. FFUF command. Okay, so the concept in this case is bypassing brute force restrictions, or yeah, bypassing brute force restrictions using the X forwarded for header. Pebble making bank. Yeah, pebble making bank was the concept. Okay, method of solve. Let's see. So we're given a password list and a username. So we can, but we notice that the app locks out your account, locks your IP after 2 incorrect attempts, incorrect login attempts. Okay, so we need to bypass the rate limiting. And we can do that with the X forwarded for. Header. We can use FFUF to fuzz the app and perform brute force attack. Okay, I think that's all we need here. Okay, commit those changes. We'll do the third thing. Okay, so this is bypassed. Right. Let's let me record. Let me start recording my write-up, and then we'll jump into this challenge. It's called bypass, right? Let's see. It's spelled bypass with elite letters. MC25, playing with AI generative tools to make a cool background for my desktop. Okay. I didn't see that message either. Jeez. Neems, hey, what's up? What's up? Okay. 2.3 URL concepts method of solve. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. So university's online registration portal asks students to upload their ID cards for verification. The developer put some filters in place to ensure that only image files are uploaded, but are they enough? Take a look at how the upload is implemented. Maybe there's a way to slip past the cracks and interact with the servers in ways that you shouldn't. Additional details. So we're dealing with the file upload attacks. All right, I'm betting that this is a PHP application, and this is a file upload attack. Anyways, I'll give everybody a link for the application, and let's check out the site. Okay, verify your student identity. Please upload a scanned copy. So I'm just going to make sure that this is index.php. This is index.php, okay. Upload a scanned copy or photo of your valid student ID to continue with the registration process. Upload image files, so JPEG, PNG, or GIF. Hold on. Make sure that the ID is clearly visible. Only image files are accepted. So we don't know how the application is checking. 2Bob gets reverse shell, realizes he accidentally actually hacked the server. I mean, it's never happened to me. It's never happened to me yet. I make sure that everything that we attack is intentionally vulnerable, because otherwise we'd be committing crimes. And we don't commit crimes over here if we can't help it. Okay, so upload image file. Okay, so this is a case where Burp Suite is actually very useful. Let's discard this. And we're just going to grab this page. We're going to put it in the Burp Suite browser. Okay, and then we're going to upload a legitimate file. So over here, so there are a bunch of example 1x1 image files. So we got JPEGs and PNGs. I usually like PNG because the magic bytes are pretty easy to parse. Double down, $10 says .jpeg needs to exist anywhere in the file name. That's, I mean, maybe, yeah? I mean, we could test that. All right, let's copy the PNG file over. And let's try uploading it first. So we just need a test case. Okay, image, whatever.png, upload the thing. Okay, successfully uploaded, access it at images example, something something. Okay, put this in a new tab, and sure. So, feels wallet becoming lighter. Okay, so let's go into Burp Suite and we'll do some experiments. So proxy post to upload. Let's go to the Burp Suite repeater. In the Burp Suite repeater, let's see what happens if we make this not .png. So let's just make this .php and see if it works. Send. Not allowed. It just says not allowed. Okay. So how about we do .png.php and send that. Not allowed. Okay, so .php is not allowed. Okay, so how else is it determining? So content type is image PNG, so it's not. So this isn't something that we can. Well, I mean, we probably want to keep it as image./png anyways. What else can we do? Name image, file name. Well, I mean, we could do the riches. The riches, okay. So we could do a test against all the PHP compatible file extensions. Okay, so I've got a little list of PHP friendly file extensions that I can turn into a file. Okay, here's a crazy in-depth blog on multi-part file upload forums. Oh, that I'll take a look at that in just a sec. Okay, so let me just create this thing. Nano PHP friendly.txt. Okay, so we've got some different PHP compatible file extensions here. And we're going to test these. Have we tried post, put, and patch? Sorry I walked away. We're just doing some, just to provide it as a resource. Would take a good amount of time to read it all. Let me take a look at this thing. Wow, that's a pretty hefty document. But if anybody's wondering what we're referring to, it's this article over here. Breaking down multi-part parsers validation bypass. So it's a pretty hefty, it's a pretty big boy. So we'll I'm hoping that we don't need to do anything super complicated to get this done. I'm hoping that that there's something on this list over here that we can use. Okay, so let me go in. So this time I am going to use FFUF with by saving the file. But first, what I want to do is I want to modify this. So PNG over here, we're just going to get rid of everything up until this point. And then I'll put in a PHP web shell. And let me get like a really simple PHP web shell from revshells.com. Okay, PHP command small. This is probably the smallest PHP web shell you can get. Okay, and we're going to put it in here. So 0 is going to be the URL parameter we're going to try injecting. And let's just we'll try sending this. This is going to give us... What? Oh, no, it works because this is a PNG file. So yeah, aside from, we just need to find a good file extension, and then we can upload our PHP web shell. So I'm just going to, what was it? Save as item, right? Copy to file. Copy to file, we'll call this request.txt. Okay, and then we'll go into that file. So nano, was that not saved? Copy to file. Oh, we saved it to the wrong directory. We want to save it to the temp directory. Okay. and then nano it. Okay, so what are we doing here? We just need to test the different file extensions. So file name equals image 1x1 dot fuzz. So this will be the fuzzing point for FFUF when we run it. And I don't think there's anything else we need to modify here. Just save the modified buffer, and then FFUF, was it R? Request, dash request. Request dot txt, and the word list is going to be php friendly.txt, and we have to tack on request proto when we're dealing with HTTP and with when we're doing post requests, because it's funny like that. Okay, we've got an ad running on Twitch, so we run it on YouTube. And you know what? Let's put on some birds. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 45 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Alright, let's put the birds away, let's get back to the hacking. Alright, so let's see if this works. Oh, okay. Complaint, your camera is inedible. I mean, I was hoping you would be able to eat it. Not so in this case. Okay, so we got we got different responses, but they're all kind of the same. So I wonder if any of these are admissible. So not allowed. There's also a 6-word response for PHAR. So let me try PHAR in here. And send that. Okay, so this works. So the well, I mean, a bunch of these file extensions work. So access it is images example PHAR. Okay, let me copy this. Then we'll go over to the web app. Oh, this downloads it. That's not what we want. We don't want to download the thing. Yeah, okay. PHP 5 was valid? Fire admin. Fire admin. Okay, what do we got? We got PHP 8. The thing is that, hold on. The unfortunate thing is that we can upload these. Okay, let's try PHP 8. PHP wasn't allowed, but maybe we also have PHTML. PHTML was not allowed. Okay, let's go back. Let's try PHTML or PHP 8. Right, request. Okay, so access it at here. Images, examples, PHP 8. Copy that. Hopefully this isn't cause the thing to get downloaded, because this is not what we want. Alright. It downloads the file. Darn. Thank you very much for following SX. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. Let me know how to pronounce it. Thank you. Let's give you a Nyan cat, because that's our favorite cat. Okay, so Pebble suggests maybe ... and file name to escape the images directory. To escape the images directory? I mean, we need to find a way. We need to find a way so that it doesn't get. It doesn't get downloaded. Because all of these PHP compatible files are all being downloaded during the upload. Oh, really? Huh. You know what? That might be a good idea. Hold on. Let's try that. So file name equals. I mean, do we just give this another file name, or where do we inject that? Name image file name equals this thing. Do we do it like, can we call the file name ... example? I don't know if that works. I mean, we can try sending it. It sends it to the image directory instead. It gets sent to the images directory anyways. So I mean, I wonder if the images directory is browsable or not. Okay, so we don't have access. We don't have direct access to the forbidden directory, for the images directory. So okay, we can't list it, but we can get access to the files if we know what the files actually are. Let's get one hint from the challenge. So hint 1. Apache can be tricked into executing non-PHP files as PHP within... What? Apache can be tricked into executing non-PHP files as PHP with a .htaccess file. I've never encountered this before. So what does it even mean? So .htaccess file, okay. Tricked into executing non-PHP files as PHP. The file is called that? Do we name the file .htaccess? It's a control file for the server. Okay, so... Okay, MC25 says each directory can have its own access file with perms for things. So we can try accessing .htaccess. Most of the time, .htaccess is not accessible by regular users. Let's launch that instance. We've already spent 15 minutes, so we need to re-establish ourselves. Okay. Segfault says htaccess files provide a way to make configuration changes on a per directory basis. So it's .htaccess. Forbidden, you don't have access to this resource. How about the one in the images directory? We also don't have access to this thing. You don't have permission to this resource. Okay, so what was the hint? The hint was you really should not have access. Maybe you upload it. Upload our own. Upload our own. That's if they're letting you upload your own htaccess file, that would be really funny. You know what? Let's give it a try. Echo out. This is the ht.ht access file to .ht access. Okay, we'll try. They're a super simple format. Upload our own. Yeah, let's give it a try. I would never have thought of that. I would never have thought of that. Okay, so browse other locations, computer. This is what I'm here to do. I'm here to learn. I'm learning about this stuff. It's in the temp directory. Okay. Oh, you know what? Even if we upload this, we wouldn't be able to see it. Unable to connect, I think. Hold on. Browse, .htaccess, open, upload ID. Okay, this images.htaccess. We shouldn't be able to access this. Or wait, if we uploaded this ourselves, maybe we can access this. Internal server error. I would never have imagined you can upload in .htaccess file. Thank goodness you would hope not. Alright, well, I mean, there's an internal server error when we try to access it. So... Oh, did I crash the server? So I can't access the images directory. Oh, I can't access the images directory now. Okay, that's because there's the .htaccess file has a bunch of non-standard data in there. Okay, so all right, I think we can upload it again. Okay, so .htaccess file contents. We broke it. All right, so rewrite on. All right. .htaccess file. Execute file as PHP. Using .htaccess to make all HTML pages run as PHP files. Stack Overflow from 14 years ago. Why not? Okay, what do we got? We got cookies. Create a .htaccess at the root of your website and add this line. Add type application XHTTPD PHP HTML HTM. Okay, so we would just replace this with .png, right? PHP, it's PHP 5. PHP 5 application. Well, I mean, I think HTTPD PHP should be fine. Okay, so we're just gonna overwrite, and we're gonna replace this with .png because that's the type of file we're gonna be uploading. Top one is fine. I'd also add directory listing enabled so you know that the file is working. So what is the line to enable directory listing? I can look it up. htaccess directory listing enable. Okay, so you need to add the options plus indexes directive. What does it look like? Options plus indexes. Okay, and then upload this thing. Okay, so here's the HT access, open, upload. So if this works, then we should be able to browse or do directory listing at images. And it works! And it works. Okay, let's upload that legitimate PNG file. Upload the legitimate PNG file with the web shell, and we need to make sure that the port has changed, so we need to copy over the port. Okay, how many more minutes are we going to be doing this for? I don't know. Let's go another hour or so and see where we're at after that. Okay, so origin. Let's get rid of this, replace it. Oh, we need to change the host instead. Okay, let's try the 2-decade-old Stack Overflow. It's not 2 decade old. It's 14 years. It's 14 years. This server is so scuffed. I mean, listen. They're not going to be teaching you how to compromise fully patched web servers on PicoCTF. That's just not going to happen. Okay, send this thing. Failed to connect. Okay, I guess... Oh, we're not sending it to the right IP address. Or, sorry, not the right domain. Let me copy that domain one more time. So this is... I mean, this is the host, right? Do I need to... Hold on. Let me look at the host here, login endpoint. Looks like we're not doing a trailing slash there. You've been deving too long when you go into Stack Overflow to look up an answer and get and you gave the answer. That is okay, so origin, I mean, we don't need an origin here, do we? Upload up PHP, post request. Okay, so there's nothing else I'm missing from my request here, is there? Send this off. Failed to connect. Failed to connect. It's trying to connect on the wrong port. Why is it trying to connect on the wrong port? Hold on. Is there some sort of extra info? Oh, the target is not the same. Okay, edit target on port 559481. Okay, let's send it again. This time it works. Okay. Refer header has the old URL. Gratitude, thank you. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. Okay, so I'm just going to try accessing it here. How much time do we have? I hope we've got enough time to finish the challenge. 4 minutes. Okay, I gotta do this real fast. Okay, so this is 0 equals who am I? www data. So we got remote code execution working because we uploaded our PHP web shell. And I'm just gonna look for the flag in here. There's Okay, where's that darn flag? ls la/. Okay, so where's my flag? Can I look for the flag? Maybe we should look for the flag. Actually, wait, just lsla .. Okay, images, index, php, upload.php. Let's do 2 levels up. Flag.txt is here. Okay. Flag.txt. Cat that thing out. Done, done, done. Done like dinner. Okay, so let's submit this thing. Actually, we don't. I mean, we're not in a big rush to submit the flag, but we will start doing our write-up. Uploading a malicious htaccess file. This is new stuff. Etc. password. I mean, that's not the goal. That's not the goal here. We just need to get the flag. That's the goal of the exercise. All right, let's do our write-up. Concept. Concept in this case is file upload, malicious file upload, or file upload attack. Overwriting .htaccess file. This is really funky. Okay, method of solve. So we have a file upload function on the web page, on the web landing page. We want to upload a malicious file with PHP code in it to get web shell code execution. Okay, and I mean, here's the thing. Aside from the hint that Apache can be tricked into executing non-PHP files with the htaccess file, I would never have guessed. I would never have guessed that this was the root. You know what? I wonder if this is part of Pebble. So Pebble, left that link. The link was for file upload validation bypass. I wonder if .htaccess is part of that. No, it's not part of this log entry. Okay, so let's go back. So this server allows us to upload our own .htaccess file, which we could use to get code execution, to get PHP code execution on non-PHP file extension. Well, on files without a PHP file extension. By the way, the same technique is valid on Windows IIS, but with the web.config file. Let's see. Maybe like in 1995, but not today. I mean, the thing is that you can't... Most of the techniques that we're using now are not going to work on modern day servers, on modern day frameworks. But most of these are kind of like niche cases, or things that... Well, it's true that sometimes there are sometimes there are unpatched vulnerabilities, especially on really old servers that are using old code or stuff that hasn't been updated in a really long time. It is because of that knowing about old vulnerabilities, it comes in really handy sometimes. Okay, so what are we doing here? Okay, we can create a malicious .htaccess file with the following contents. Let me grab this. Okay, so what else? So after uploading this file, so I mean this is why, I mean, the very reason we're able to upload the htaccess file. This really indicates to us that the server is using what is it? A deny list for what kind of files it doesn't want uploaded, versus an allow list for explicit file extensions. Because if this was using an allow list instead of a deny list, we wouldn't be able to upload the htaccess file. Okay, after uploading the file, we can upload a web shell PHP file. We can upload a file with PHP web shell content, but have the file retain the .png file extension. Okay, and then, and just for fun, the contents of the file might look like this. We'll just copy this over from Burp Suite. Okay, after that, we can access the file, or the PNG file, and it will execute PHP code with the 0 URL parameter. The flag is in the, what was it, /var directory. Okay, let's see. Segfault says security through obscurity is valid if it's obscure enough. It's pretty much never obscure enough. We have to get more obscure. That's yeah. All right, let's commit those changes, and then we can complete the challenge. Where are we here? Submit flag. Done. Wow, we finished all those. So 3 challenges, 3 finishes. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good record for me. All right, so we could try doing some other web app challenges over at another platform, and that platform is AllIsCyber, training.alliscyber.it, and this has got an extra little wrinkle in it, and because it's an Italian cybersecurity platform. Okay, so challenges. Sort by original order. So we're just gonna we'll try doing a more difficult challenge. We've been working through all of the introductory web app challenges here, but we'll try doing something from the Italian Olympiad of cybersecurity over here. Okay, so network security, web security. We've done more of these than I thought. Anyways, let's do some nice and easy ones. Actually, we don't need to do it. We don't need to be. Let's try. Okay, I forgot. Okay, well. So the good thing about this website, this is the challenge we're doing, by the way, just in case you have an account over at Cyber. You might as well, I mean, if you're interested, you can make one for sure, because it's free. You just need to register over at training.allcyber.it. Okay, so we're going to translate this translate page from Italian to English. Okay, what's going on? So I forgot. Someone is really confident, really very confident that they eliminated everything there is to solve this challenge, but maybe there's something hidden around. Okay, I think everybody should be able to access this page. Here you go. Nothing here. Ooh. All right. You know what? I'm gonna start my walkthrough for this. All right, walkthroughs, Cyber. So everybody, you can race me. If you can get the flag before me, then you are officially an awesome person. So I left the link for everybody in chat. Say Cyber web app, and we'll name this I forgot. Okay, URL, the concept, the method of solve. Pebble wins. I mean, Pebble, you do have your burp suite. Wait. You still haven't. Do you have a schedule for getting the burp suite? What was it? Burp suite certified practitioner. Taking it this weekend. Awesome. Yeah. I mean, Pebble's got a few heavy-duty certifications already. So you've got OSCP, you've got, what was the other one from Hack the Box? The Hack the Box one is called the CPTS, I think. And you've also got the one for the Bug Bounty one, right? Okay, so the URL, let me grab that URL. Okay, concept, we don't know. Method, sure. Nothing here. Nothing here. Okay, I forgot. There's nothing on the page here. I mean, what, robots.txt? It was actually robots.txt. That's great. All right, .git, and then package.json and then index.js. Cannot get .git. What was it? Index.js. Okay. All right, so this is running Node.js. So Node.js runs Express and console.log listening at port something. Okay. So this is apt-get / app listen port listening at port something. Oh, port 3000. Okay. So let's try the same thing, but at port 3000. Wait, why is it hanging? Apt-get / function, nothing here, app.listen, port, console log listening at port. So it tells you the port that it's listening at. we try to access that port. Let me use a curl command. Curl v. Was resolved. Nothing happens. Hold on. Okay, nothing here. What was it at robots? There was package.json and index.js. So the .git endpoint doesn't go anywhere. Yeah. I wonder if package.json is legitimate. Okay, so I forgot author, well, I mean, package.json, okay. So I forgot 1.00, index.js, author super hackers, this version of Express. What does this mean? What does it say? What does the text say? Masterism says, what does it say in index.js? Okay, let's do some translation. Actually, wait, can we translate the entire website? Okay, translate page, Italian to English. We can expose all the current directories. So much I've already deleted the flag from the repository and nobody able to retrieve it. App use. Text in, you won't be able to recover the flag. Sorry, you're not a hacker. Okay. Segfaults, are you an Italian speaker by any chance? Okay, so I mean, we know that the application is running on port 3000. I wonder why we're not able to access it. Yeah, Okay, so this thing says, expose all of the current directory. And it's because you're not a hacker? It's because I'm not a hacker? Hold on. Package.json. Author super hackers. Hackers. So I forgot version this. Were we given any? Were we given any cookies? Okay, let me take a look. So we'll just go back to the landing page. And let's take a look at our cookies. There's no cookies here. There are no cookies here. So maybe we can access something on port 3000. Yeah, port 3000 just hangs. So read the note on Node.js and check out the other directories. Check the other directories on robots.txt. Oh, okay. What was it? Index.js. So app.listen port, console log listening on port something something. Oh! So do we just run this? From the console? No. It's not a thing. It's a standard Express setup pretty much. Okay, so what did Pebble say? Pebble said, check the note on note index.js and check the other directories in robots.txt. So, okay, let's go back to robots.txt. Index, package, git. So git, disallowed git. When we try to go to git, the git directory, it says it doesn't exist. But if we know that there is git, then we could try downloading or accessing some other like git files. What are some standard files? Standard git files that we can look for. The git folder, readme.md. Okay, so we can try looking for a readme.md in the git folder. Readme. Okay, this doesn't exist. Or it's not in here. What else can we look for? So the git folder, license, git ignore, GitHub, security, changelog.md, config. Where's the config? Or is it just slash config? Slash config. Oh wow, it exists and it downloaded. Great. Alright, well let's take a look at the config file. Cat downloads config. Okay, so file mode true, repository format version, log all. So if we think that there's a GitHub repository here, how can we just download the repository? So config downloaded. So flag name could be, I wonder if there's a tool to get an entire Git directory. You know what? Thank you. There is a tool. There is a tool. Was it git clone? So do we need to include the Git directory or do we not include it? Okay, not found. Let's omit this. Doubt git clone would work. Okay. It's been a while since I've dealt with Git, or especially downloading like a Git repository. Git repo download. Downloading files from GitHub. Downloading a GitHub repository. I mean, this isn't... I don't know if this is a GitHub repository, but this is like a Git repository. How to download from... How to downloading... Just forked from Wireshark. Yay, fun times. Okay, let me just ask. ChatGPT. No, we'll try Claude. Want to download a Git repo with CLI tools. Which one do I use? Okay, git clone standard method. Okay, so git clone wget download as archive. Curl download as archive. Gh GitHub CLI. So gh repo clone this. Git dumper. So for CTF exposed git, use git dumper. I don't think we've got this tool installed. Git dumper not. For normal use git clone. So git clone, it's a dot git. Git tools for expose git clone, use dumper, use extractor. Okay, well, Pebble, why don't you let me know which tool you use to download the GitHub repository, or the Git repository rather. CTF, Git dumper, unzip. Git dumper sounds good. I've never used it before, but let me look it up. Git dumper. Okay, so I mean, is this getdumper.py? Is this not something that getdumper? I mean, getdumper is not part of the Kali Linux repository. Otherwise, it would have given me an option to download it. So I guess what we can do is we can just install it easily with pip. Pip install getdumper. I don't want to. So just type, and then you can use the getdumper build from source. All right. Well, pip install getdumper. I think. Well, I mean, in this case, we can use virtual environment. So let me start up my virtual environment. Pebble, I'm surprised that you were able to get this done so quickly. Jeez, you really zeroed in on it. Let's see, Python virtual environment, Python m bnv something something virtual environment source. Okay, pip install getdumper. It was quite common on HTTP boxes like a year ago. Oh, Git stuff? Really? Okay, so we can just run getdumper now? Yes, we can just run getdumper. Alright, so how do we use it? Getdumper options URL directory. URL and then output directory. So it's .get. So HTTP website .get. So we've got what over here? Claude gave you the command, did it? Oh, okay. Well, I'm directory. So directory, current directory. Okay, we've got a bunch of stuff. Maybe what I should have done was specify another directory. Just a second. Juicy flag. Let's see. Make a directory. We'll call it I forgot. Okay, and then we will git dumper into I forgot. Just so they can keep track of all that stuff. Okay, we've got robots.txt. Well, we've got the entire website here. Okay, so we just move into the Git directory, and we've got all this stuff. Well, what do we do from here? I guess we could start looking at some GitHub stuff. Of course, didn't he say he deleted it? Did he? Oh, that should be in the logs, right? Okay, so I did some Git stuff before. I think I recorded it in the write-ups. Let's see, HackerFrogs. Oh wait, this was part of what is it called? There was a lot of GitHub, or there was a lot of Git associated with the BanditCTF. So BanditCTF, like all the last levels, the later levels of BanditCTF, they had a lot to do with GitHub, or Git rather. Let's see. 28. So there's a Git repository. We need to clone the repository, right? Okay, then we need to look at the README file. It looks like the password is so git log -p. Okay, super hacker add challenge. That's it? Oh, there's the flag. Jeez. The flag is oh really, did you forget to remove the .git repo? Great. Removed flag, right? Yeah. All right. Well, we're done. This was more involved than I thought it would be. I thought it would be a lot. Pebble, how did you zero in on this? Wow. Redeem hack the planet. Time to roll back the version.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
But yeah, I did a lot of Git stuff back when I was doing like the BanditCTF, but that was a few months ago, and I haven't touched Git since, so that's why I forget about all these commands. All right, let's go back. So we can submit the flag. Just a second here. Oh, there were hints. Well, I guess we don't need the hints. Thank you very much, Pebble. That was a lot of help. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back. So the concept, what happened in this challenge? So there's so robots.txt showed us the way, and what else? So git repo dumping and git log enum. Who needs hints when you have Pebble? Exactly, but you can't have Pebble all the time. Pebble needs to sleep every once in a while. And, you know, do his pen testing job and all that other good stuff. Okay, so searching through the Git history. Yeah, I mean this is this was all in the log, right? That was the command we did. It was git log -p. It just becomes instinctual after doing so many of these. Nothing to see here, probably something else in robots.txt, and then .git, and then there's probably some secrets in the commit history. I guess if you solve a bunch of these challenges that all have the same kind of pattern, yeah, you learn to recognize those patterns. Okay. All right, let's complete the write-up. So method. So there's a robots.txt file on the server. In that file, there's reference to a .git directory. We can dump the Git repo using the Git dumper tool. And Pebble, are you saying that for most of these challenges doing git clone doesn't work? Okay, so let's see. I guess we can include the command we use with git dumper. We should also talk about how to install the git dumper tool. So we install it using pip install git dumper. You should probably do that in a virtual environment. So learning how to activate your Python virtual environment is very useful because installing new Python packages on Kali Linux is a big pain in the butt. Okay, so then use git dumper to dump the repo. What was that command? This one. Okay, and the flag is in the git logs. Bottleneck, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? You know, we haven't done in a while. We haven't done a NanCat. Here you go. So it's git log -p, and that gets you the flag. Done. All right, so submit the flag. That is a valid flag. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so we got 17 minutes. That might be enough time for one more challenge, for one more web challenge. So we got Click Me. That's a funny name. Let's do this one then. Click Me. I created a clicker game. Can you get me to... Okay. Alright, so everybody, this is the link over here, and you can race. We can race. You can get the flag first. You can feel awesome. And before I do this, let me create my walkthrough file. Click Me. URL concept. So this probably has something to do with some JavaScript source code or something. That's my guess. Method of solve. Okay, what's going on? What? Oh, you know what? I should probably translate this page. Translate. Are they asking for a name? Enter your name. Okay. Pebble did it again. All right. Well, it's going to take me a bit of time to catch up. Enter your name. HackerFrogs. Allow notifications like click me to take you to their tab. I don't know. Okay. All right. We've got translate this page from Italian to English. Translate that thing. Okay, pastry shop by HackerFrogs. Number of cookies. Do we click? We click. We click. We click on the cookie. What? Alright. Well, I mean, I don't want to... Well, okay, what's the challenge say? Can you get me to... Is this 1,000,000? This is... 1,000. That is 100,000. We're looking at 10 million cookies. Okay, so we should probably... It's also vulnerable to XSS. Okay, let's take a look at the code. So var name equals prompt, and then var cookie equals document cookie function cookie click number plus equals 1. Document cookies plus num. Okay, well let's take a look at the cookies. Cookies value 41, which matches this. Just change it to 10 million, 11,000,000, and then reload. Oh, that doesn't do anything. Oh no, we get the flag. Okay. Granted, it's a pretty useless XSS. Well, the XSS actually doesn't get you the cookies. Okay, so flag never trust cookies. Great. Well, I mean, this was a nice, simple challenge. Let me paste in my flag, and then I'll do my write-up. Concept is cookie. What is the word? Spoofing. Cookie spoofing. Method of solve. This app wants us to click on the cookie 10 million times. We don't want to do that. The number of times clicked is contained directly in the website cookie. I mean, I guess another thing we can do is we can see if we can solve this using curl, because we love curl. It's our favorite. So this is I mean, the problem is that the JavaScript doesn't really get interpreted. The JavaScript doesn't get interpreted when we use curl. But is it the JavaScript that that prints out the cookie? So cookies, all right. Let me just give it a shot. Curl this thing. Cookies. Cookies equals 1,0,0,0,0,0,0. It will work with curl. Oh. Did we get the... Yeah, okay. It works with curl. Great. All right. Okay, the number of times clicked is contained directly in the website cookie. We can go into the browser. Into the browser storage tab. Browser storage and edit the cookie. Or we can use this curl command to send the cookie with the valid value and get the flag. All right. That's one more challenge done. We'll try one more challenge after this, you know, because why not? Where is our... Okay, submit, done. Now it's time to find the XSS for funsies. Okay, empty site. Empty site. No robots here. Let's do the magic confuse me. I want something with a lower number of completions, but not too low. How about a too small reminder? Okay, let's get the link. Here you go. If you want to do this along with me. This API, oh, it's an API thing. This API doesn't seem to do anything useful. Discover the secrets of the admin. Okay. All right, let me start my write-up. What is it called? Too small reminder? It's probably called something else in Italian. A too small reminder. Okay, what do we got? URL, concept, method to solve. No, that's not the one. The actual challenge is over here. And we're going... Let me close out some of these other tabs. Okay, so this is API hacking stuff. We got endpoints. Oh, and they're all in Italian. Okay, let's translate this. Translate Italian English. Accept get requests returns this small API description. Path. Okay. Accept post requests containing JSON data with the following fields: username, password. Allows you to create a new user account. So that's the register path. Accept post request contains JSON with the following fields: username, password. If successful, the assigned session cookie returns. Okay. Accept get request containing a valid session cookie. It destroys the session. Log out. Accept get request containing a valid session cookie /admin. So do we just need to navigate to admin? It shows us an error message, I guess. This is what? Session ID not found. Okay. Accepts get request containing a valid session cookie. So we need a session cookie when we navigate to this. Yeah. We need a session cookie when we navigate to the admin endpoint in order to... That could give us a valid cookie. So we need to get the valid cookie first. We need to register a user, and then I think what we need to do is we just need to go through this whole process. So we need to go to the register endpoint with the post request, username, password, to create the new user. So let's start building this out in curl. If you set your name on the cookie app to image error, you automatically win. Set your name on the cookie clicker app to image cookies equals plus 10 million and then refresh, you automatically win. I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. You can do it through cross-site scripting, or you can do it through cookie manipulation. Direct. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're interacting with the API endpoint. So we want the register endpoint. We have to send it a post request. We need to send it data, which is JSON data. JSON, I think it's like username, password. Oh, we should probably put this between single quotes because everything else is double quotes. Okay, so username, password, username and password is HackerFrogs. Sure. We should probably send like application data JSON or whatever, right? I need to look this up every time. Curl send JSON data. Okay, content type application JSON. Okay, what do we got? So we're sending all this stuff to the register endpoint. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like tar. Like, I completely forget how to untar stuff. Okay, so this is registration successful, right? Registration successful, right? Okay. I mean, I could have guessed that, but you know, nice to know. What does the rest of the application do? So register accepts a post request containing a JSON with the following fields: username, password. If successful, the assigned session cookie returns. So this is login. So it's the same payload in curl, but we're just sending it to the login website, to the login endpoint. Now we log in. Okay, so login successful. I mean, what's the rest of this stuff? Session, correct session or something? You have been successfully logged in. A session ID has been assigned successfully. A session ID has been assigned successfully. Okay. I mean, how do we get that? How do we get that ID number? If successful, the assigned session cookie returns. Do we set cookie? Okay, we got a cookie. So set cookie session ID equals this. All right. So we can send a GET request. To the admin endpoint with the cookies. The cookies are these. And this is a GET request. F12, set cookie header in response. Thank you, Pebble. Yeah, we don't need to send any headers. We just need to send This is a positional argument, right? What? What does this say? Something about an admin? Shouldn't matter where that is. Shouldn't... Alright. This area is reserved for admins. So we are not an admin. The session ID number is incorrect. Do we need to brute force this? Maybe maybe we need to brute force this. Accepts GET request containing a valid session cookie. Okay, path admin, it's a GET request. My guess is 1. 1 or 0. You know what? We can guess. So session ID equals 0? Okay, so that's not it. Is it 1? Is it the hacker number? Nope. 403. So all of these are 403 forbidden, right? Server G Unicorn. That's funny. Well, time to brute force. I guess so. Okay, sequence. I don't know. 1 to 1,000. 1,000 numbers.txt. Okay, and then I mean, why would they make us go through the rest of this stuff? I guess the reason why we needed to go through the rest of this stuff is to figure out what the cookie name is. Okay, so FFUF U Okay, what is the name of this server again? Too small reminder. And we're going to the admin endpoint. Admin. Word list is going to be, what is it called? Numbers.txt. And we did provide a cookie header. Cookie header, I mean header, we can just use a generic header and just call it cookie session ID. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. DDFG, thank you. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's see. Session ID equals fuzz. Okay, so there's the fuzzing point. We've got our sequential numbers that we're fuzzing here. Okay, so we're just going to filter out on status code 403 and see. Okay, we got it. Okay, so we got 337 as the valid cookie value. 337. Okay, we got a flag. Great. Bentornado admin. Flag something something. It's basically leet. Yeah, it's almost leet. It's almost leet. Okay, let's go ahead and, well, we can prep the flag, and we'll do one last write-up before we head off for the evening. Oh wow, we're done already. Huh. Okay, let me do the write-up. So concept is, what is it? using API documentation and brute forcing, cookie brute forcing. So method to solve, let's see. The landing page for the app is API documentation. We need to send JSON data to the register and login. Endpoints to get a session ID and when we access the admin endpoint, need to fuzz the endpoint for a valid admin session value. Okay, and we'll include all the commands that we used to get this done. So a bunch of curl requests. So the curl requests start here. So this is the one for the register endpoint. It's 2Bob. GG, thank you. Thank you very much. It's 2Bob. It has to be super late where you are. I'm guessing it's like 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. in the UK. Let me know how your sleeping habits are going. Because it's got to be super, super late. It's 4 a.m. Are you usually up at this hour? I mean, it kind of tracks. A lot of people in IT, they keep very, very odd hours. Okay, so this one is the login endpoint. Contractor. I guess. Do you interact with overseas clients? Is that because you need to adjust to their schedule? Okay, so from here we use FFUF to fuzz for valid endpoints, for valid cookie values. I used to, but not now. Well, I mean, I hope you're getting some work done. If you're night owling it, but you know, I guess if this is your time to relax, that's fine too. I don't want to tell you what to do. Okay, so we can use FFUF, and the FFUF command is over here. And do you do like CTF challenges? Have you? I mean, I guess you're more of a developer more than like a security person, I'm assuming. Okay, so where's my curl command? Here it is. Okay, so oh, that I don't want any music with lyrics on my channel. That's no good. Okay, commit those changes. Let's see. 2Bob says, I'm streaming a terrible game and mentally stealing myself for the school. For the school run in the AM. Industrial robotics contractor. Wow, robotics. That sounds like a lot of fun. I mean, everything that I do is with software, but I'd really like to be able to get into some software hardware integration, you know, stuff like robotics. That sounds like a very interesting a very interesting field to be in. Yeah. Done different things, including working for a server company. Well, I mean, I hope you're having a lot of fun doing what you're doing. Okay, let's talk about what we're doing for the rest of the week. So today is, what day is it today? Today's Wednesday. So today's Web App Wednesday. We did this stuff over here. We're going to be doing Variety Fridays. And wouldn't you know it, look at that. What we're going to be doing next time on Friday, we're going to be doing LeetCode. You can watch me badly program using Python on LeetCode. I need to get better at my Python programming, so that's what we're going to be doing in the first hour of the next stream. And then we're going to be doing the last session for web app hacking. That's going to be using Burp Suite. So we use Burp Suite on a pretty regular basis here. For people who are new to Burp Suite, it's a very intimidating program, and we're going to be going over how to use the program, some of its basic tools such as the proxy and the proxy, looking at HTTP history using the repeater tool, and that's going to be next time. So we're also going to be doing some binary hacking over at PicoCTF. I'm going to be demoing how to do some of those binary hacking challenges, and we're also going to be doing some software hacking challenges, that is reverse engineering and binary hacking stuff over at All Is Cyber, which is the website that we were using for the last few challenges. Bob says, I'm just lining up my retirement, few years, but thanks, you too. Yeah, I mean, we even, the important thing is that we're having fun doing what we're doing, and that makes work feel like less of a chore. All right, so we should probably figure out who to raid into. If you're looking for more cool InfoSec streamers, you can look at this list over here. It's called infosecstreams.com, and I'm up on this list. There's CybeardSec, Slyborg, HackSmarter, Panko, all great creators, and unfortunately none of them are on right now. So I'm going to check out Twitch and see if there are some other cool people to raid into. Oh, Moohoodles is on. Okay, so everybody, Moohoodles is a cool Twitch creator who likes to do NASA stuff. And let's see, none online right now. Yeah, let's take a look. So Moohoodles is on here. She likes to talk about NASA stuff. She likes to talk about science. We'll raid into her channel, and when you arrive there, go ahead and give this message right here. So OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog. So if you could give this message when you arrive on Moohoodle's channel, I would really appreciate it. Okay, let's start that raid. Raid Moohoodles. And thanks for everybody for coming to today's stream. Bob, it was very fun to interact and talk about all the fun technology that we touched on today. All right, so everybody, when you get to Moohoodle's stream, please give the raid message. Are you ready to raid? Everybody, HackerFrogs, in 3, 2, 1, go.